Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Just about ready. And there they go. Brisky frolic towards the tail. Thin legs showing good speed. Georgie's Ladies tries to go with her. Brisky frolic tries to make a move into third. Had to tap on the brakes. Lady Quinn and Tasty Wave cover her. At the back is Misty Gale. Thin Legs is the quickest. Georgie's Ladies second with Tasty Wave. And Lady Quinn with a good post this afternoon, stalking smartly. Brisky Frolics had a troubled opening quarter. She's in the fifth spot, and she's a little less than 3 off the lead. Nothing yet from Misty Gale. Thin Legs, Tasty Wave. Here's Lady Quinn with an outside path to the leader line, and here she comes poking her head in front. Lady Quinn, Tasty Wave. Thin Legs tries to stay on. In behind them, Georgie's Ladies and Brisky Frolic. Misty Gale's at the back. They turn into the lane. Lady Quinn, Tasty Wave, Thin Legs still has some fight. Here's Georgie's Ladies, who's very sharp. Brisky Frolic to the outside. What a finish here in the Wednesday opener. Brisky Frolic trying to pick up her best stride with Georgie's Ladies. Georgie's Ladies and Brisky Frolic. Brisky Frolic front and center. Drops and pops and wins the cash. Guys. 5 roll over. Emmanuel Di Diego picking up the mount. An overweight on the 4, she's an Arctic Queen. 1 pound over. Second race start 3. And there they go. Chubba Chubba Choo Choo quickly away from the inside. She's an Arctic Queen, also flashing plenty of pace. Boy, is she a lady on top of the action from the far outside. Maddie Surprise has the 4th position. Rollova's the last of the quintet. Pretty much single file up the backstretch. Chubba Chubba Choo Choo a length or so to She's an Arctic Queen. Boy, is she a lady, about 2.5 off the pace from the far outside. Maddie Surprise has 4 lengths to make up heading into the turn. Nearly 4 lengths to roll over. Who's the distant trailer? Past the 3/8, Chubba Chubba Choo Choo still calling the shots. Here come the players. Boy, is she a lady, ranging into the fray. 3 wide outside of She's an Arctic Queen. Maddie Surprise, little less than 6 off the pace near the quarter pole. She's trying to commence her bid. At the back, roll over. Boy, is she a lady. Gets to the front. Here comes Maddie Surprise to the far outside. She's an Arctic Queen, was in a tight spot. Boy, is she a lady. Maddie Surprise chasing her to the wire. Boy, is she a lady. Trying to replicate the maiden special weight victory at the expense of Maddie Surprise once again. Boy, is she a lady in front. From Maddie Surprise, She's an Arctic Queen, and Chubba Chubba 4-1 the early double 3-6, $14.60. A 6-2 exacta, $14.40. 624 trifecta, $4.20. 10-cent super, 626. And there they go. Funny Pursuit and Ouch That Hurt begin the best. Banker's Daughter from the far outside tries to stay close. Christmas Dinner's gunned for speed, so too is Miss Circular Gal. Banker's Daughter can only manage 5th out of the starting gate. Bayou Melody's the last of 6. Pace on. Christmas Dinner sent hard from the inside makes the lead. From her outside, Funny Pursuit, Ouch That Hurt, is pressing 3 wide, and she begins to close in, making her move at the 3/8. Miss Circular Gal's 4th. There's Bayou Melody picking up her stride. Bayou Melody's going to advance into the third spot with momentum at the 5/16. And Banker's Daughter's quickening with her. Ouch, that hurts, in a little trouble as Christmas Dinner gets away. Here comes Bayou Melody and Banker's Daughter to the outside. They both have momentum. Ouch, that hurt. Will try to re-rally. She's back to fourth. Banker's Daughter, Bayou Melody. They swarm on Christmas Dinner. Banker's Daughter has the lead. Bayou Melody's running a good one. Ouch, that hurt. Makes her move into third. Banker's Daughter on this class drop, going better than Bayou Melody. Banker's Daughter in front. Bayou Melody ran a winning race but placed second fiddle. Ouch, that hurt. Disappointed in third. Lazika produced the nightcap winner on the Tuesday card. 6-6 double, $18.20. 6-5 exacta, $15.05. And there they go. Quick start for Beach Boy Al, but here comes the superior speed of D's Wise Guy. He's going to pick it up from his inside. Couples Therapy is third. Holy Matrimony now strides into that spot. Klingman has the fourth position. Misawa from between runners. D's Wise Guy is the pace. Beach Boy Al is very aggressively handled, and he is sticking with D's Wise Guy in the run to the 3/8. They build up nearly 6 or 7 lengths to Holy Matrimony. Klingman's a distant fourth. Misawa's fifth, and at the back, Couples Therapy. Beach Boy Al asserting his authority, already up to the front. He was into the race early. He's the one to beat at the quarter pole. D's Wise Guy is second. In third, Holy Matrimony. Klingman's fourth. Farther back, Couples Therapy and Misawa. Beach Boy Al strutting his stuff. Look at Al. Pour it on. Into second, Holy Matrimony. D's Wise Guy back pedals. Klingman up the inside. Beach Boy Al has run his rivals right off the screen. He is clearly superior. Doubles for D. Diego and Jeremiah Engelhard. Checking in second was 3. 6-7 double, $10. 7-5 exacta, $27. 7-5-4 trifecta, $16. 7-5-4-3, 10-cent super, $8. And there they go. Forward Motion pops the starting gate, and there is no pace on. He has the lead all to himself, and he's absolutely crawling. And Valuable Will's in the second spot. Fiery Heart third outside of Miami Chrome. The early trailer is Prepare for Glory. Forward Motion trying to go as slow as he can through the early stages. Miami Chrome and Fiery Heart have to come and apply some pressure. And Valuable Will's back to the fourth position. Prepare for Glory at the mercy of this soft pace. 7 lengths off the lead heading into the turn. 23-2 for Forward Motion. No excuses for him. Fiery Heart has 2 lengths to make up at the 5/16. Miami Chrome is third, and Valuable Will's now a little less than 6 off the lead. Prepare for Glory still at the back. Forward Motion got the best of the start, and he's the leader turning into the lane. Soft flow for him, no excuses. Fiery Heart comes under pressure. Forward Motion and Fiery Heart. Miami Chrome is third. Forward Motion. Fiery Heart tries to make a good race out of it in the final furlong. Fiery Heart right alongside of Forward Motion. Here's Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart, he's a monster. Forward Motion had the pace advantage, still couldn't fend off 50 cents. 731 trifecta, $6.75. 10-cent super, 7312, $2.44. 677 pick 3. And there they go. Jitter Juice is showing pace. Lobster wants to be prominently positioned. Ladies Golden Guy tracking from third from the far outside. Don't Poke the Cat. He's close to the action, only 3 or 4 from the front. Lobster gets the lead all by himself. Civil Service is third last. America's Justice is nowhere near the lead, and ASAP Restoration's the last of all. Lobster with a lonely lead, about a length and a half to Don't Poke the Cat and Jitter Juice. Ladies Golden Guy reserved in the fourth spot, 5 off the lead. About 6 or 7 lengths to Civil Service. America's Justice far off the pace this afternoon. ASAP Restoration, the last of 7. 23 3/5. Legitimate flow for Lobster. A length and a half to Don't Poke the Cat, who's sharp, and he's into the race early. Jitter Juice is third. Ladies Golden Guy has 5 lengths to make up. It's about 6 lengths to ASAP Restoration, Civil Service, and America's Justice. 47 2/5 for Lobster, the leader at the 3/8. Lobster working with 2.5 lengths. In second, Don't Poke the Cat. Ladies Golden Guy is third. Jitter Juice is fourth, little even paced. Civil Service trying to pick up his stride into the fifth spot. 7 from Lobster, who remains lonely with the lead. ASAP Restoration, second last at the back. America's Justice. They let Lobster do all the running, and they need to step up to him in the final 3/16. He works with 3 lengths. In second is Ladies Golden Guy. Civil Service to the outside. Lobster all alone with the lead throughout. The He-Man, Heman Harkey, wire to wire with Lobster. Ladies Golden Guy was second. The stablemate $32. Seventh race, Christian Navarro, new jockey 4. I know you ain't talking to me. The 7th race will begin the True Destiny acting up just a little bit. And there they go. And she was eager to leave the gate, True Destiny. She's part of the leader line. I know you ain't talking to me, and Holiday Jazz won a scrimmage. Maze Love Laffy forwardly positioned. Cuda Parte's 5th from the inside. Then La Cafetera Guidance. And Stay Home Mama has to like the flow. She's at the back marker. I know you ain't talking to me in True Destiny. Also up close, the favorite Holiday Jazz outside of Cuda Parte. Maze Love Laffy amongst that group. 2.5 lengths separates the first 5. Another length to Guidance, who's eager to get involved and be part of that leading pack. La Cafetera sits a nice trip. She's 5 lengths off the lead, and it's more than 6.5 back to the trailer. Stay Home Mama. 24 seconds for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. A length to True Destiny. Far outside, Maze Love Laffy. Holiday Jazz amongst the leading group in the 2-path. Cuda Parte against the rail. Guidance is 4 lengths off the lead, covering La Cafetera. About 4.5 lengths to Stay Home Mama, getting a little closer and beginning her move from that back marker. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, still with the lead at the 3/8. Here's Holiday Jazz slipping into second, and she's closing after the leader. Guidance is making her move along with Stay Home Mama. Still with the top spot, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Holiday Jazz gets closer, getting within 2 at the quarter pole. Guidance needs to pick up her pace. She's 3rd. Stay Home Mama makes a move for 4th. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Still calling the shots. Holiday Jazz has 3/16 to reel her in. And here comes Holiday Jazz to the outside. Holiday Jazz with momentum up to the front. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me's back to second. A big day, a big 2023 for Emmanuel DiDiego. Holiday Jazz, much the best from I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. A distant 3rd to Guidance, and then Stay Home Mama Varez. All right, the 7th's in the books, officially a 5-4-8-3. A 4-5 double 13. And there they go. Hangout is quickly away. Bumble Monster shows pace. Here comes BC Glory Days and Gonna Be Dancing, and Crunch BBB oversees the action from the outside. Adios Dinero is second last, and Magic Pro is the last of all. Pace on up front. Hangout, despite turning back in distance, part of the leader line. Also there, BC Glory Days, Gonna Be Dancing, and Crunch BBB. 4 across the track heading into the turn. BC Glory Days now has the top spot. Bumble Monster's a distant 5th. He's a good 8 lengths off the lead. It's about 7 lengths to Magic Pro. And at the back there is Adios Dinero. BC Glory Days from the rail. Crunch BBB with the worst trip, 4 deep, but he makes his move to the outside. Gonna Be Dancing, fighting with Hangout. Bumble Monster tries to pick up the pieces along the rail. They're inside the final 3/16. And here comes Crunch BBB and Emmanuel DiDiego up to the front. BC Glory Days has a little fight. Crunch BBB and BC Glory Days. Crunch BBB. It's all about the barber. It's 4 on the Wednesday card for DiDiego. BC Glory Days. A pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 8 races with a good racetrack. It is currently sealed. A couple of big 2-year-old races this afternoon. The Aspirant Race 4, the Lady Finger in Race 7. I'm your track announcer, Tony Kalo. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes. In the opener, scratch 3 Fraternity, 3 Fraternity. Scratch from our Monday opener. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will commence the early pick 3, and number 5, Gossiping Pando, has an additional workout right here at Finger Lakes, 20th of September. Fast track that morning, 3/8, 37.20 seconds, breezing. Race 3 will start our Monday pick 6. Dollar minimum wager, traditional style, pick 6. Scratch 1 Uno, part of the entry. 1 Uno, part of the entry out of race 3. 3 allure of money, £1 over the weight. Race 4 is the Aspirant Stakes, New York Breds, Colts and Geldings, non-Lasix event, 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs, nearly $100,000 up for grabs. No changes in our Monday co-feature. 2:42 is the approximate post time for the Aspirant Stakes. Fifth race will begin the late pick 4. The Aspirant begins the pick 5. The fifth begins the late pick 4. Scratch 1 Choppa. 1 Choppa out of the fifth. 2 Uncle Taco with an additional workout, 22nd of September. Finger Lakes Fast Track, 3/8, 36.40 seconds, breezing. Race 6, named in honor of the Bonadillo group. Scratch 2, Jack and Bernie. Very big scratch. The morning line favorite, the undefeated future superstar Jack and Bernie, scratch from race 6. Very promising New York bred there. Unfortunately, not in action this afternoon. 7th race is the other Monday co-feature. It's the Lady Finger Stakes for the gals. 2-year-old fillies, non-Lasix event, New York Breds, 5.5 furlongs. More than $100,000 up for grabs in the Lady Finger. A couple of scratches, 7 and 9, Nikki Jolene and 1,000 Plan. 7 and 9, both out of the Lady Finger. 8 red wine and whiskey, £1 over. And number 6, Moon Chariot, has an additional workout right here at Finger Lakes on the 21st of September. Fast track that morning, 3/8, 38.40 seconds, breezing out of the gate. So 7 and 9 out of the Lady Finger, starting the late double. And let's go to the Monday nightcap. A couple of scratches, 5 and 9, Tuck a Buck Away and Last Minute Mario. 5 Tuck a Buck Away and 9 Last Minute Mario, both scratched from our Monday nightcap. Big day of racing, a good racetrack. It is currently sealed. Sure hope you have a great Monday. Up next, Dave Mattis.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Big day of racing today. We got the big 2-year-old stakes races. Got the Aspirant Stakes and the Lady Finger Stakes. Well, you know, it's been since opening day since I've had the mailman on. He's been a busy guy, but I'm going to bring him in today to look at these 2-year-old stakes. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. It's always great to be here with you. You know, it's been a while, but, you know, past is the past, and we just move forward. You know what I mean?
Wait, what happened to Pet? Did Chris Progno give you too hard a time for your show or something?
Yeah, Chris was all over me for not picking his horse on opening day.
So that took a while to get
Yeah,
over.
it took a while for me to come back, Chris.
Well, you know who had a good day last day we ran, it seems so long ago, it was Wednesday. What about Emmanuel Di Diego? He's been red hot. He had 4 wins on Wednesday card.
Yeah,
Emmanuel.
Yeah, he been on fire. I mean, I noticed that this kid has improved his riding skills. He's doing a lot good. He's getting some live mounts from some top trainers here at Finger Lakes, You know, good job to the barber, right? That's what he's called, right? The nickname is the barber, right?
Oh, yeah, that's because he cut hair. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah, I remember back in the days.
Did he ever give you a haircut?
No, but I know a couple of people that he did get a haircut from.
And they stopped betting on him after that.
Yeah, but he's doing good. Keep up the good work, man.
Okay, well, we do scratch. We'll look at today's card. Mentioned big stakes races today. It used to be kind of prep races for the futurity. Still kind of is. The Aspirant Stakes and the Lady Finger Stakes, one for the boys, one for the girls. And then that futurity is kind of open for everybody. We've had fillies actually win it before. But
you know, we're talking about that race. You know who brought back memories?
Who's that?
Ed Perdue, CB account. I remember him winning. Didn't he win the?
I don't remember. I remember him setting the track record.
I think he did. If I'm not, you know,
Yeah,
it's been a long time.
We've had some good horses come through. You know,
through.
I have a picture from one of the 2-year-old races from a long time ago, found in my office. 4-star Dave was in the picture.
Wow.
Finished second to, I think it was Northern Crush.
Northern Crush.
Yeah,
I remember that horse.
I got the picture.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool because 4-star, you know how popular he is at Saratoga. He's got that one place area named after him.
Yes. 4-star day. I saw him run a couple times.
It was one of the 2-year-old races he was here. First race at 11-9. Well, speaking of who's going to be here, we'll talk about when we get to the race. But you got the Ortiz boys.
You got Manny Franco, and of course you got my favorite, Kendrick Carmouche, the Cajun Raging.
He's what? Do they really call him that?
I just give him that name, man. Hey, there's a guy just smooth as ice. You know what I mean?
I've never heard that before.
I mean, well, Kenty Sommer, you know, is a Cajun Raging, but he's a Louisiana boy too. He said, you know what I mean? So I like Kendrick. He's you know, a lot of fun.
All the top New York riders are here for the big purses, 100,000. We scratched the 3 fraternity out of the first. Excuse me. I thought the first race was one of the toughest on the card, and it's one of the races that I kind of took a price on.
Who you got?
Am I way off? I mean, there's not much speed in here. You know, Central Love did have some sprint races, but does Sight Unseen get the lead? I mean,
I mean,
the lead in here.
I hate to pick with your same picks, but I agree. He looked like the speed of the speed. Second time Finger Lakes, second time John Buckley. I mean, you know, it looks like, you know, he's a speed. Interstate, he's been around forever. What are you going to do? What's my category?
Well, to me, I thought What's My Category might be the best horse in the race, but he doesn't win.
Yeah, he's 2 for 37, you know what I mean? So you can't hang your hat on a horse like that, you know, don't like to win.
That's the only problem. When you look at it and you narrow it down and you look at the numbers, who's got the best form, it does land on What's My Category. Yeah. But I look at the 2-fer and then the 11 seconds.
Yeah, that horse is very tough to endorse. I cannot endorse a horse who's 2 for 37.
But he's going to hit the board.
He's going to hit the board.
He's going to hit the board.
And I consider those horses ATM. You know what I mean? They're automatic. They're going to bring you back a check every time they go out. You know what I mean?
Right, and you've got a few of them like that.
Right. Yeah.
What do you think of your friend David Iola's horse?
David, I mean, he claimed it for 5,000. I stepped him up for 11 off of Chris Englehart, leading trailer. To me, this horse seems to want to go one turn. I watch his replays. It seems like he have a tendency to lug in all the way. Last time I see John was tugging him. So, you know, I'll give him a race and see. But I probably bet him just because it's David. Yeah. But he's not one that I would, you know, go out on a limb and say, okay, this horse is going to be tough. So
it turned out to be a good $5,000 race that he comes out of, even though he ran third.
So I went 5, 4, 6.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I'm around that too. I mean, I thought the 4's got to be used. I thought maybe Kevin could get the lead with a 5, at least be out there with a pace. And of the horses in here, as far as the breeding, the horse that wants to go the longest the most, if you want to say that, is Sight Unseen. He's got the best route breeding in the field. I
mean, Interstate, let's talk a quick second on Interstate. Okay. I mean, it's a big change right on the one. You go from Rafael to Rohina, no offense to Rohina, but you go into an ex-leading rider at Finger Lakes and Louis Perez, you know, it's a big change.
It is.
You know, so, I mean, that's something you can look into. But
that's another one, does that horse want to win?
Right, you don't want to win either. So, yeah.
Second race, an 11-9 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. Yeah, I had to settle on Maya's horse here, Bay Bank, going first-time Lasix. Ran second to a horse that got loose. I mean, I didn't think much of Banco Medici at the time.
Yeah.
But he did come back to win.
So he won second to Win Sparling, who was, 2 for 60?
Yeah, but the horse came back to win.
Yeah, I mean,
the
it's
pace
good.
scenario was
Yeah, I
good.
mean, yeah. And first time Lasix.
First time Lasix. The only thing, the issue here is pace.
Right.
Does the one get the lead from the rail, and can the one win going 6 furlongs from the rail?
My problem with the one, Dave, is that the one been the beaten favorite the last 2 times. I mean,
Yeah,
how many times you gonna go, me with this horse? I personally, I like the 6. I went 6-4-3. I figure the 6 is first time in for tag. I mean, it's always good when horses drop from straight maidens to climbers because, the competition becomes a little easier. So I figured I'll give a shot with the 6. Jimmy Aquilano, he was a little chilly all summer. Now, coming up to the later part of the season, he started to heat up now.
Yeah.
So, you have to give the horse a shot. Plus, he's having the kid who's riding him, Koa, he's been having a great season. He's been to Saratoga, win 2 races over there. So, I give that horse a big shot, like I said.
Yeah, the drop in class.
The drop in class alone. So I say 6-4-3.
Yeah, I was looking at the pace there. I mean, the one is the inside speed, possibly. There isn't a lot of speed outside him. I don't know about the 6 furlongs. If it was 5.5, I probably would have took Zucker Race. 6 furlongs, Bay Bank, I think it stayed close enough. Wear that one down and give Diego another.
What about do my boy Chris Brogno? Chris, I mean, this horse is well bred. It's 5 horse. What is it? Gossiping Pando?
Yeah.
I mean, you run two races in New York, straight maidens. Now today you show up at Finger Lakes, blinkers on, and dropping. A little suspicious to me, buddy. But Chris, I respect you,
Romans.
but can't bet him, buddy.
Third race, scratch the 1, part of entry Uno, which is kind of a big scratch. That horse figured to be.
Yeah.
I mean, Ferraro had 3 of them in there. Now, our man Mike, I didn't think really played, but Allure of Money. The question is against older horses today, how good is he? Remember, he beat that Maker's horse.
Maker's Candy.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Yeah.
But again, it was restricted 3-year-olds.
How did he beat him? Because the big favorite got left.
Yeah, but it was still a big effort.
Yeah. It's
And
good,
the other thing is the tactical speed's going to put him close with Royal Suspect and Majestic Frontier, put him in the race. I like him today, and I think he's an improving horse. And you got to like these happy face horses. Huge.
Yeah. Joe, Joe been doing good. Joe got my man Charlie Baker trains his horses, so I always root for guys. But in this case today, I don't like that horse.
You don't. Well,
I don't like him.
Who do you like?
Oh, I love Shared Success. I mean, you throw his last 2 races out. The one where he's off the turf at Saratoga, I think he tried pressing the pace to Z-Bar. And, I mean, that's not his running style. Today, I see pace in this race. I see Royal Suspect. I see Allure of Money. I probably see Magical Frontier. I believe that Shared Success is going to get the best trip out of these.
Well, I'm hoping Allure of Money sits 3rd. That's what I was kind of looking at. Royal Suspect's got to go from the rail, right?
Yes, he's got to go. Allure of Money got to go.
And I don't think so. I think he can get.
Well, he's just shown me that he can sit. He haven't really shown me he gonna sit. I mean, sit going short, but I don't see him sitting going long. Like I said,
let's see what Louis can do with him.
I think Shared Success. If you go back 3 back, that was a big win. I mean, he just.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Who did he beat though?
Yeah, but sometimes you can only beat who lined up in the race with you. You know what I mean? You can't beat if there's nobody there. But me personally, I think Shared Success is going to get the perfect trip. Throw the turf race out, throw the other race, and this horse today should be live. Jimmy Aquilano, double.
He puts them together, doesn't he? He either does a winner or he hits.
Right. So
my long show's brother Jeremiah. I think he's coming out of some really tough races. And other than Allure of Money, this race is coming up easier than what he's been running against.
I went 5-6-3. So.
Okay, Lobster. So we're on the same page with brother Jeremiah as a player. Ran against Lobster. Ran in the Barker last time.
Yes.
8-1 morning line.
Yeah, I like the 5. I would just bet a double if it's a 2nd and 3rd race double. Jimmy Aquilano.
Put him on the bottom of tries. 4th race, the Aspirant Stakes. We got 2 stakes races. Remember, they're non-Lasix. Of course, not as big a factor with these 2-year-old races because they have never run with the Lasix. I always try to use that in the handicap with some of the older horses, but not with the 2-year-olds. The boys, man, you got some names here. Bob Baffert's got Tall Paul. You got
Yeah.
Todd Pletcher with Trust Fund, Rudy Rodriguez, Antonio of Venice, and then you see the jockeys: Manny Franco, Kendrick Carmouche, Cajun what?
No, I just
The
Raging Cajun is Kent
Okay.
DeSormer. You know,
Who is
but
that?
Raging Cajun is Kent DeSormer, but I would call Kendrick Carmouche Mr. Smooth. You know what I mean? Smooth like ice. You know what I mean?
No, I really don't. But I went with Bob Baffert on top.
When has Bob Buffer ever had a horse here?
I don't know if he has. I'll have to look it up. But I don't remember.
I remember, you know, I'll tell you a quick with Bob Baffert. I remember betting Bob Baffert in the Kentucky Derby, Calvinaire. That was the toughest beat I ever had in my life.
How much?
I don't even remember because Bob Baffert at that time wasn't well known, and I never forgot it, man. Thunder Gulch, nail him at the wire.
Maybe he hasn't forgotten it either.
Yeah, that's one of my, you know, you remember the tough beats, and that's one that I remember.
I try to put him out of my mind.
Yeah, but this race right here,
I mean, Bills fans would never sleep at night then.
yeah.
But you didn't like Tall Paul, or did you?
You know what, Tall Paul, you know, he was loose, you know, lone speed that there. He was seen looking at the race. I remember he was loans coming in from Del Mar. Me, I like, can I get a loan? Can I get a loan, Johnny? Q? But
That's what you hear a lot from male mom.
right. Can I get a loan? You know what? This horse maybe made him, but he finished second to Trust Fund. I mean, we all know. I mean, the racing, you got to do your homework. Todd Pletcher usually have his 2-year-olds ready to go first time out, not second time out, first time out. So I'm pretty sure this horse was a little bit more. Trust Fund was a little bit more ready to go. Why can I get a loan? If you look at his replay, he broke a step slow,
Right.
and he moved up. Rosario, you know, he's one of those patience riders. And looking at can I get a loan and where he galloped out past the wire tells me that, you know what, this horse probably got some more speed than what showed last time. So today, I think he's going to be forwardly placed because, you know, most of the time Kendrick Carmouche, they claim that Kendrick liked to be on the lead. And the way I look at it is that they had the Bernard yesterday at Aqueduct, right? Why, if this horse want to go, it was a 7-furlong race, why didn't Jeremiah keep him in New York and run him there? It's an easier field. So he bring him here for 5.5 furlongs, which is a shorter distance, right?
Yeah, you're going to have a little more speed to be in the
so,
race. Right.
So that's my
fine.
thinking going in here. So if Tall Paul, if he can pressure a little Trust Fund, you know, I like can I get a loan? So I like 3, 4, 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pace scenario in a sense. You would think that Tall Paul's going to go.
Right.
And Trust Fund on the outside, I mean, you might have the two Ortiz brothers being the speed here. It depends on the break because even the one, Antonio Venice, he's up closer with the pace with relatively decent fractions. That one's got a pretty good look here. I mean, I was looking at one of the interesting things about the one horse was those are New York bred races, and then that other race is a restricted race. That's not a New York bred race.
No, that's really horses that sold for like
50,000 or less.
Right.
I'd never seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't done anything like that here, but that's a questionable field in a sense. But he did come home with a quick time. I just think Tall Paul, they paid $475,000 for the horse
on paper,
this year as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, he's going to take some money. He's on paper, he's a horse to beat. But you know, the race doesn't run on paper for me. You know what I mean? I like seeing what you can really do on the track. And looking back at Trust Fund had Luis Saez. Luis Saez like to get them out of the gate. He's a Jose tend to be a little bit more patient. You know what I mean? To compare to busting out the gate. So I like can I get a loan? Maybe I'll get a loan today.
You're going to need a loan. Fifth race, scratch the one, Chapa. And the question here is, does Redemption Road want to win? And who's going to beat him if he doesn't? I guess it's a question of how good the firsters are because he looks better than the horses that have run.
Yes, he looks good, but once again, you know, I consider these horses ATM machines. They're going to bring your check back every week they run. You know, he's coming off a layoff. Paul Bauer, I mean, for the last 180 days is 14%. You know, it's okay. The one I went with, I'm taking a shot right here on the 3. Gold Diggers Palace. This horse is, Arizona bred.
Right.
Early, it's coming up first time Lasix, and his first 2 works on the paper showed me a little 36 and 37. That tells me maybe this horse got some speed. And it's a little, Buckley is 0 for 10 on first time starters. But I don't think that number is correct.
Well, no, it's correct. I mean, it's just lately. I mean,
Yeah.
Buckley was never known for firsters in the past, and then he had a couple of years where he's winning with a lot of them.
Right.
And then, I mean, that's why I'm not really a stats guy, is
Yeah.
because it tends to change,
Right.
depending on what the horses that you got. And
I
Buckley's a good trainer overall. I mean, that's,
I went 3, 4, 7. Take a shot with a 3. See what
I just think
happens.
Redemption Road's going to win by default here.
What about my Cool Hand Luke, Uncle?
Well, that of the firsters, that's one I was kind of looking at. It is more turf. If you look at the overall breeding of that horse, I would think that horse is going to run pretty well on the turf.
Yeah,
But we don't have turf here.
we don't have turf here.
No, we don't. So
Uncle,
I would think
What about
Redemption Road.
Uncle Taco?
Yeah, I don't know if he's got enough speed. I mean, maybe the blinkers
Maybe the blinkers
puts a
should
little
chop
more
him out.
focus in him, but I think
Yeah.
at 6 furlongs, without a lot of speed in the race, he looks like he wants to go long. Maybe the blinkers will help get him into the race, but he's going to have a lot of work to do.
Like I said, 3, 4, 7. I took a shot with a 3, hoping he can run a little
I
bit.
can respect that. Redemption Road has been kind of a money burner. All right, there's a big scratch in the 6. Would have seen Jack and Bernie, who's been very impressive in his first 3 starts, opens up the race a little bit. In a sense, I still think now Tra Lad is the horse to beat. Tra Lad, I think, got beat by the distance as much as Waralo last time, plus kind of the race flow. He didn't get off that quick.
Yeah,
Waralo just kind of got the little better of the trips. But that was it. I mean, 5.5 versus the 6 furlongs. The Tra Lad got beat. Well, that concerns you at 5.5, but Waralo's a nice horse.
Put it this way.
Waralo's a nice horse. There's no such horses here.
Well, yeah, he just came back and won too, right?
Right, yeah.
This horse is the best bet of the day. Don't let's fool ourselves right here.
Okay, I mean, it all depends on how
This
good
horse went
CJ's
from
Grand Slam.
the-
You admit
I
that?
don't care about CJ Grand Slam. I'm telling you right now. CJ may name JC after this race. He's not chasing CJ. Who's he beating up? Nutsy. Who's the other one over here? Honorable Avenue. Listen, Trinidad, this horse was in the 1 hole last time out. This horse broke slow,
Right.
hop at the start, came up the inside, didn't have nowhere to go. When he got out, John DeVillo in Warlow was already easily cruising in front.
Right.
This horse is the best bet, no doubt about it. If there's one horse today that's going to win at Finger Lakes, it's this horse, no doubt about
You know, I'm not going to argue with you on that one because I do think with the scratch of Jack and Bernie, because I was thinking Jack and Bernie might be the best bet, but Trial Lad maybe had a shot. At
And
him.
even Golden Arm coming in from, Saratoga.
That's going to
Russia
affect,
Depa- and
that might
first
help
time
Trial
breakers.
Lad.
Yeah.
That might help him because CJ's Grand Slam's not going to have that easy lead again.
CJ, he ain't saying no lead.
Because Golden Arm, well, you don't know how good CJ's Grand Slam is.
I know how good he is. He ain't going to see no lead today.
It's a tougher race, but you don't
Tougher
know.
race.
You don't know how
He's not running against all of these horses that
I'm not, I think
7-3-1.
I agree with you. Trial Lad looks awfully tough.
Try
in
that.
stretch.
Anthony Salvato was it the
You're
Irish
right.
one?
And you're right. The trip
last
and the
time.
distance last time. I mean, his distance today against
Outside, he went
easier
from
horses.
inside to the
I remember
outside.
the day that he lost to that victorious horse was he got bothered.
He got by. Yep.
Okay, the co-feature is the Lady Finger Stakes. Scratch, Nikki Jolene, and the 9, 1,000 Plans. And a little bit of I had it between the two main threats here. I mean, Unicorn Cake from the inside
Yeah.
for Jeremiah Engelhardt and Solo Shop. The races that they run, they've only had one start each.
Right.
So you don't know how good they are. There's other horses that could improve. But the races that they come out of and the races that they ran seems to lay over the rest of them if they move forward from those
right.
races.
The problem I got with Solo Shot, this is just, he was entered for the turf race. The race was a turf race.
And she's bred for the turf.
So a lot of those horses that was behind her was entered for the turf, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, the race came off of the turf, so there's a reason why they were entered for the turf.
Right.
Right?
But some of them might have been doing the same
yeah.
thing. hoping
So
for.
I'm a little suspicious. I mean, yeah, George Beaver been on fire, and all year, You know what I mean? I choose to go with Unicorn Cake. Unicorn Cake. There was a horse, the second place horse, what's the top of the stretch at Saratoga was like 4 to 5 lengths, and this horse actually run her down. And to me, that's a sign of a good horse that never gives up and keep coming and coming. You know what I mean? So I really like Unicorn Cake, and plus Kendrick, you know what I mean? Iceman.
I like the outside and inside move. I know a lot of 2-year-olds sometimes they don't like the rail. At least you're not going to get the wide trip.
Right.
Now the question is going to be the early pace. It is only 5.5 furlongs for both. When we used to run these at 6, now we're at 5.5. Does this horse be more aggressive because it's 5.5 and because he has the rail? Sometimes that's usually the case when you have the rail, and she does have some speed. I mean, when you're outside like last time, one of the advantages you can kind of take a look and be in a spot. When you're inside going 5.5, she may be forced to be a little more aggressive depending on the break. That would be the only downside.
Well, let me answer this. So yesterday again too in New York, she could have run Unicorn Cake.
Right.
Could have stayed there and run at 7 furlongs in a Joe G State bred race. But once again, he could have run for 125,000, but he preferred to bring her up here to Finger Lakes. As far
Well, it's more prestigious here. He went this race.
So he bringing up this horse right here. Remember, he had that Maple Leaf mount.
Yeah.
So he know what he's doing with these fillies. You know what I mean? So once again, that's my thinking behind this is that Jarmer, he's got a big shot to win both of these.
He's done well with the 2-year-old fillies here at Finger Lakes, and even, of course, the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah. So I went 1-3-8.
Yeah, that's how I had it. I mean, Unicorn Cake, I like the race that she ran, and I kind of tend to agree with you with the off the turf race. And the other thing with Solo Shot is she is better bred for the turf.
Yeah.
I think this horse is going to have a future
On the turf?
And a real good one. As winning a lot of stakes races on the turf, but she could win here. I mean, who else did I have here? I mean, you don't know how good like a Rolling Stone is.
Right.
As far as the local horses, she beat up on our locals.
I put red, white, because I had a phone call on this horse. When this horse first run here, first time, my boy called me from Thistle Downs and said, listen, they're bringing this horse in, he got some speed, and we just got Neil, trained by an ex-jockey there, Megan. It was a tough beat.
The horse ran good.
Yeah, the horse ran good, he sure won, you know what I mean? But, it happens in racing, you get a good word on a good horse, and then boom, you get caught.
And Maidens have won this race in the past. Maidens have won the race in the past. And the thing is, both of her and Maggie's Pals come out of the same race, and maybe you could make a case that Maggie's Pals did have a little better of the track.
But we had some rain right before that race came down, if I remember right. Yeah, the rain came down. So this red, white, and whiskey, like I said, my boy told me, the horse been working good at Thistle, so we'll see. So I went 1-3-8.
That's 2 things you don't want to combine. Really, by the way, really good stakes races today.
Yeah.
A couple of the best that I've seen in a while now.
Yeah, it's been
as far
good.
as the
It's been
2-year-old
good.
stakes. Really nice races today.
Hats off to these guys, man. The guys are doing a great job here at Finger Lakes, So,
Really, really good races.
Todd, you're doing a good job. If you never heard it before, you're doing a good job, man.
8th race, scratch the 5, tuck a buck away. That's not going to get you paid.
No, Todd, he know when I retire, he know where to find me. He's got to give me a job somewhere.
Well, you can have mine. The scratch 5, tuck a buck away, and scratch the 9. Last minute Mario. And we were talking about it, about the pace scenario here. I mean, I do like Double Shot. I am a little concerned as far as the pace. I would not like this horse at all at 5.5, but at 6 furlongs, I do think he's better than these horses, and he's going to get there. Maddie's Express is going to get first run on him. Double Vision looks to be the possible speed. Love the race. It is 6 furlongs.
Yeah.
So I used him in there. Nutsy, I don't like the post, but he drops too. So I went with a 4, 2, 10, and 7 in the last. With the 4, I'm a little concerned about how far back he's going to be, but at least it's 6 furlongs coming out of those 5.5 furlong races.
Well, I went 2, 10, 4. I got to.
You got to take Iola.
I got to take my boy Iola. You know what I mean?
He's good. He's good.
Yeah, so I went 210. Like I said, I went 210-4. Hoping the two to cut back in distance. Should be well there, ready to close on these there. You know, get a little speed up front, sit in third or fourth. You know, like when he won at 25-1 that day. You know, a couple starts back.
You were there for that wedding?
Oh yeah, yeah. Always remember, if you didn't go to the wedding, don't go to the funeral.
Right.
Man. You get buried. So
That's true in a lot of sports, too.
Yeah. So I had him that day. You know, it was a good day. He won that double. He had the double because he won back to, you know. So, yeah, David.
But how many deep are you going to be in the last race if you got to pick 5?
If I got to pick 5 going, you know, me personally, I don't like sitting on one horse because, you know, my thing is anything can happen in the last race. I try when I handicap, try to come up with like 4 horses, solid horses, closing the pick 5.
And you're singling Trialad.
Trialad, that's my single. I single Trialad, I single Unicorn Kate, and hopefully I can get
Well,
something.
now you're not
that's
spending much money.
Yeah, well, I'll get bet a couple times, right?
I don't have that kind of a bankroll. Anyway, thank you, Mailman, for being on the show today with me.
Yeah, you know that,
We
anytime.
always have a lot of fun. But big stakes races today. Again, they're in the 4th and the 7th. Obviously, a couple of our biggest of the year with the Lady Finger Stakes and the Aspirant Stakes. Big names. We got Jose and Irad Ortiz. Class acts, by the way.
Manny Franco and my favorite writer in New York, Kendrick Iceman. I'm going to give him that name, Iceman Carmel.
I don't think that's going to stick. But
Yeah, well, he's pretty, you know, you got to give him a nickname or something. You know, but I like
how about
Kendrick.
Kendrick?
Yeah, on K-Man.
Well, thank you, Mailman, for being on the show with me.
It's always a pleasure, Dave. You know that.
All right, 8 races today, including those 2 stakes races. We got 1:15 first post time. We'll continue. If you're here today, remember we got live racing all week,
Yes.
Monday through Wednesday. So make sure you're here tomorrow again with a 1:15 first post. I'll see you back then again. Thanks, Mailman.
Thanks, boy.
All right.
No problem. Yeah.
Race 1 on the Monday card, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up now, winners of 3 races. Claimers 11-9, scratch 3. Fraternity, a good racetrack. It has been opened up. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Here's the Group 1 Interstate, Louis Perez. 2 is Central Love, Michael Davila Jr. 3, Fraternity has been scratched onto the 4. What's my category? Carlos Barbosa, the big favorite at Eva Money. 5 is Sight Unseen, Kevin Navarro. And 6 is Sea Tiger, looking for 2 in a row, Cabercoa. That's the quintet, a good harrowed racetrack. The opener in a little more than a couple of minutes. Big day of racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. A couple of nice featured events with 2-year-olds in action. The Aspirant Stakes, Colts and Geldings in the 4th. The 2-year-old fillies and the Lady Finger. A couple of nice co-featured events for this 8-race Monday card. Race 1, let's start the day with a little bit of an upset. 5, Sight Unseen, exiting the same affair as the current favorite. I like that angle. Oftentimes when I know there's going to be a short price favorite like the 4, What's My Category, I like to go searching for horses that have run in the same race. And that was the case on the 4th of September. Sight Unseen was actually in a better position heading into the turn, but What's My Category was able to pick up better pieces in the late stages and outfinish Sight Unseen. Now we're going to get a little bit of a different dimension here with this 2-turn affair going 1 mile and 70 yards. Not a lot of pace on paper. You'll get Central Love stretching out from the inside and Sight Unseen, who's going to go at this mile and 170-yard distance. I see the 5 getting a very favorable stalking trip and getting first run on the 1, 4, and 6. 5, Sight Unseen, definitely has good blood for the 2 turns. Distorted Humor out of a Smart Strike mare has a pretty good Tomlinson, and we have a good racetrack, and Sight Unseen has a lofty 441 Tomlinson over at Wet Racetrack and is 1 for 1 when the racetrack is off. It's not like a sloppy sealed racetrack, but it is considered a wet racetrack, being good. Let's take a shot here with Sight Unseen in our Monday opener. You're looking at the 4, What's My Category, who is the favorite. I think the 2 turns is better for What's My Category. Both of his career wins have been around added a real estate. A good race to Lucky Manny, 2-back on the 19th of July. A decent third, obviously finishing in front of my top selection. He was able to pick up the pieces. He is the obvious contender, and he deserves the top billing as the favorite. It's just as a short price at even money for a horse who is 2 for 37 in his career. My top selection is 2 for 10. He has the best win percentage in our Monday opener. 6, Sea Tiger and the 1, Interstate, 3rd and 4th respectively. You could make a case for either of them in the 3rd or 4th spots. Sea Tiger enters this one on a positive note, winning on the 6th of September. And Interstate is dropped in against Friends. The last time he was in for this $11,000 tag going 2 turns was last season. That was in late October, and that was an authoritative 5 1/4 length victory over Stud Puppy. This is a much better spot for Interstate than he's been having all season long. The only time he did run for 11 this year was 5 furlongs. That's not his cup of tea. He is a bona fide 2-turn horse. 5, 4, 6, 1 for me in our Monday opener. About a minute until the Monday opener. It's post time for the Monday opener. Number 4, What's My Category is the favorite, 7-5. Field of 5 arriving at the gate. Interstate dropping in for this $11,000 tag. Central Love, recent claim by David Oyola. Stretching out this afternoon. What's My Category? Back to his preferred distance with the 2 turns. Both career victories around the added real estate. There's Sight Unseen. And Z Tiger will be the last of the quintet. Z Tiger to the outside, ready for the Monday opener. And there they go. Sight Unseen and Central Love picking up the pace with What's My Category from between runners. From the rail is Interstate striding into third. Z Tiger content to be at the back of the pack. With the top spot, it is Central Love as expected with his inside post. Sight Unseen stalking from the outside. Interstate is third. What's My Category fourth inside of Z Tiger, a little less than 3.5 lengths from first to last as the top 2 try to slow it down up front. Sight Unseen pokes his nose in front of Central Love. Interstate's only a length off from between runners. And What's My Category is 2 lengths from the front. No pace onto the 5-8. Z Tiger is at the back of the pack. 25 seconds. Sight Unseen 3 wide. From the rail is Central Love. Interstate splits them about a length off. What's My Category? 2.5 or 3 from the front, racing with Z Tiger. 2 by 1 by 2 up the Finger Lakes backstretch. 50 3/5. Got a 25 3 second quarter. Central Love and Sight Unseen. Sight Unseen's making his move outside of Central Love, who responds. Central Love and Sight Unseen. Interstate's been perfectly positioned throughout. He stays close to this pace, and there he is, 3 wide. At the back of the pack, both Z Tiger and What's My Category. Sight Unseen. He's been getting the best trip. Sight Unseen outside of Central Love. Interstate's right there. Sight Unseen, Central Love, Interstate to the outside. What's My Category's only 2 lengths off the lead. Z Tiger's at the back, final furlong to travel. Sight Unseen, Central Love's all heart. Interstate is third. What's My Category's fourth. Good battle in the Monday opener. Sight Unseen and Central Love. Sight Unseen. Sight Unseen gets the victory over a very game Central Love. Then go to Interstate. What's My Category? And Z Tiger. Well, that was the trip that I envisioned for Sight Unseen. Got to give a lot of credit to Central Love. He stayed on sharply. As expected with the soft flow, 25, 50 3/5, really slowed it down that second quarter. 3 quarters just a tick under 116. Hard to push on by the top 2 with a flow like that. 5, Sight Unseen, the unofficial winner. Photo signs up on the board for second place. That final running time, 1:45 33/100ths in the Monday opener. Five is the winner, Sight Unseen. Second place to number 2, Central Love. Third place, 1, Interstate. Fourth place, number 4, What's My Category? Entering the winner's circle is number 5, Sight Unseen. Third career victory from 11 appearances, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Distorted Humor out of the Smart Strike mare Good Omen. Owned by Lamarca Stable. Winning trainer John Buckley, winning jockey Kevin Navarro. Winner was bred in New York by Magnolia Mares LLC, Rita Masters, and Distorted Humor. I assume that's the Distorted Humor Syndicate. All right, our Monday opener is in the books. So officially a 5-2-14. That exact $37. The trifecta $20.62. The 10-cent super $7.47. Second race, number 5, Gossiping Pando. As an additional workout right here at Finger Lakes, 20th of September. Fast track that morning, 3/8, 37.20 seconds breezing. Our second race will commence the early pick 3, and post time is in about 21 minutes at 1:44. All right, fans, we do have free Finger Lakes past performances on the Daily Racing Form website, drf.com. Access those free Finger Lakes past performances. Great day of racing, couple of nice stakes races, some good allowance events on the card. Also, you can go to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. With that digital program, you can get Lakes Lucky Picks, some great jockey and trainer statistics at the back of the program. All sorts of great options this afternoon. Daily Racing Form past performance is free on drf.com, and every racing day we have our free programs on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com.
Hey, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, pace was slow for the first. Central Love did a good job of holding the rail. Sight Unseen, very patient, just stayed with him, turned it into a 2-horse race. And Sight Unseen, a little better bred for the distance, and a little better than Central Love today. Kevin Navarro for trainer John Buckley will kick it off here on this Monday card. Second race of 11-9 maiden claimer. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race. Pretty competitive race here. Bay Bank comes off a good second place finish behind the next style winner in Banco Medici. Banco Medici again got loose in this next race and didn't beat much considering they were winners of the next start. But it goes to show that Bay Bank did have a good start in his first race over the track. Adds Lasix here. It's got enough tactical speed to be close, and should be a big factor here, and is getting a lot of play at 7-5. Zuka Race, the inside horse, may show some speed. It's another race that doesn't have a lot of speed. It's 6 furlongs for this one, and Zuka Race has not hit the board in his 3 starts, going 3/4. But he didn't miss by all that much last time. He was bet down to be the favorite in that race, chased after Banco Medici a little bit. Bay Bank, the favorite in here, did finish ahead of Zuka Race in that race, so he looks to turn the tables. Maybe he could get the jump on these horses from the rail. Again, there's not a lot of speed outside him, and he hasn't had a lot of races where he's had the lead. He did have one early in the year going 6 furlongs, and he gave it up. He's cleared from a 9-post, but maybe he's improved. That was against special weights in that race as well. So he's definitely dangerous from the rail. The 6-5 Destinations takes a drop in class, and that might be all he needs. He's got a couple of races that are competitive. Keep in mind, one of those special weight races that he ran was against Jack and Bernie in Tunnel Vision. Either one of those horses would beat these. Well, Jack and Bernie would beat these by a pole. So, he's been against much tougher, gets the reduced level today. He's a player considering he's going in for a tag, and he's at odds of 9-2. That's a few of the horses getting some play here for the second. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2.
Second race, 3-year-olds and up maiden claimers, 11 down to 9. Number 5, Gossiping Pando has an additional workout, 20th of September. Finger Lakes Fast Track, 3/8, 37.20 seconds breezing. Today's second race will be run at the distance of 6 furlongs. It will commence the early pick 3, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Azuka Race. John Davila Jr., second choice at 2-1. On to the 2, Volker Rules, Jeremias Flores. Next will be number 3, Aerodromus, Louis Perez. Favoritism with 4, Baybank, Emmanuel Di Diego, 3-2 on the board. Now 8-5 in the wagering. On to the 5, Gossiping Pando, Heman Harkey. And the 6 is 5 Destinations with Cabercoa. That's the field of 6, a little more than 4 minutes until post time. Second race will commence the early pick 3. Looked hard at this race between the 4 and the 1, Baybank and Azuka Race. They both come out of the same affair on the 23rd of August. No threats to Abanco Medici. Abanco Medici had a very favorable pace flow, big-time advantage in his favor, and he did not disappoint. He got a 46-4 to the half. Hard to run down a front runner that gets a 46-4 split to the top of the lane. They could not make an impact. It was a good race between them. I was kind of inclined to want to go with Zuka Race because he was more forwardly positioned than Baybank, but the more you think about it, Zuka Race should have been able to fend off Baybank with ease. That was not the case. I thought Baybank had a very good stride in the final furlong, and the fact that he was further back into that pedestrian-like tempo really favors Baybank in this spot. No matter what kind of trip develops, Baybank should be able to stay close enough, and if he utilizes that big stride in the final 1/8 of a mile, they are all running for second. He's my top pick, 3-2. 1, Azuka Race was trying to do the heavy lifting, staying as close as he could to Banco Medici. In fact, he did stay close to the top of the lane, and he still had some fight to the 8th pole. But once again, the more I really look at this, with a 46-4 split, no reason why Zuka Race should have backpedaled from the top of the lane to the wire. He lost 7 1/4 of lengths, despite that flow being favorable for a front runner. Still, I like the effort. 2 back, thought he had all sorts of trouble. 3 back, I'll make Zuka Race my second selection. 2, Volker Rules at a little bit of a price, 12-1. I liked his sprint on the 10th of July. Now, granted, perhaps it was aided because they flew early. They did go 22-1 for that opening quarter, and this horse was 14 lengths out. Sometimes the information can be a little misleading. You see that a soft half, and you see him closing ground in the final quarter of a mile, but the more you look at it, a 22-1 opening quarter is probably the real reason he made up a ton of ground. I do like the fact that he is gelded for this affair, and he turns back to a 1-turn sprint. I liked his sprint much better than his 2-turn race. I'll give him a little look underneath. And I didn't really know what to make of the 6, 5 Destinations. He does take that very important class drop out of maiden special weight competition. He's really only run 1 race on paper that is kind of enticing, and that was all the way back on the 10th of July. That was over a good racetrack. It was sealed that afternoon, but we're good today. A good sealed racetrack's his best effort. Perhaps just a little bit of moisture over the strip will help his chances, and obviously dropping down into this maiden, claiming $11,000 ranks. Number 4, Baybank. He's the horse to beat, in my opinion. We'll see if he gets it done. 4-1-2-6 in race 2. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the second race. The horses are just arriving at the starting gate. Number 4, Baybank, is the big favorite at 4-5. Number 1, Zuko Race, is the solid second choice at 3-1. A field of 6 set to do battle here in race 2, commencing the early pick 3. Up first will be Zuko Race. Volker Rules. Aerodromos, the lone 4-year-old. Field of 6 with 5 3-year-olds and Aerodromos, the lone 4-year-old. Here is the favorite, Baybank. And a couple to load, Gossiping Pando and 5 Destinations out of the maiden special weight ranks. Ready for the early pick 3. And there they go. 5 Destinations quickly away with Aerodromos. Baybank's also amongst the leaders. So too is Zuko Race with his inside post. Gossiping Pando's in the 5th position, guided to the extreme outside. Volker Rules, a late runner, is the last of 6. Zuko Race up to the front. Aerodromos applies pressure from his outside. Baybank sits a nice trip, stalking 3 deep. It's more than a length to 5 Destinations, 4 wide, and Gossiping Pando stuck out there in no man's land heading into the turn. Break of nearly 5 or 6 to Volker Rules. Zuko Race with the lead. Aerodromos continues to apply pressure, poking his nose in front. And Baybank sits on top of the action, 3 wide with momentum. Here comes Baybank striding up to Aerodromos. They both glide on by Zuko Race. Baybank, the one to beat at the top of the lane. Aerodromos trying to fight from second, but Baybank has more momentum. Baybank at the 3/16. Aerodromos is digging in. He's not done yet. Baybank's the leader at the 8th pole. Aerodromos fighting fiercely. 5 Destinations is third. Now Baybank asserts his authority, strengthens his stride, and he's headed to the winner's circle. Baybank in front. Aerodromos ran well in defeat. 5 Destinations leveled off late. He's third. 4th place to Volker Rules. Number 4, Baybank, is the unofficial winner. 1:12 and 78/100ths the final time. Very good effort from the 3 Aerodromos in defeat. 3rd place, 6-5 Destinations. 4th place, number 2, Volker Rules. 4-3-6-2. 4-3-6-2 in race 2. Just waiting for the numbers to be posted. Make sure to hold all tickets. Baybank makes his way into the winner's circle. A 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Central Banker out of the dam Kiss the Wind. Owned by Cura Stables. Bred in New York by Cura Stables. Winning trainer is Jeremiah Engelhardt. Winning jockey the Barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. Second race is official. A 5-4 double, $14.60. 4-3 exacta, $21. 4-3-6 trifecta, $19.50. 10-cent super, 4-3-6-2, $8.77. Third race in 21 minutes at 2:13. Scratch 1 Uno, part of the entry. 3 Allure of Money, 1 pound over the weight. Our third race will start our Monday pick 6, a $1 minimum wager, traditional style pick 6. Some changes in the sequence. Race 5, scratch number 1, Choppa. Race 6, scratch 2, Jack and Bernie. 7th race, the Lady Finger. Scratches 7 and 9, Nikki Jolene and 1,000 Plans. And in the nightcap, scratches 5 and 9, Tuck a Buck Away and Last Minute Mario. Our third race starting the pick 6 in 20 minutes at 2:13. Don't forget, fans, drf.com. Free Finger Lakes past performances. Nothing like having the daily racing form past performances for a Monday Finger Lakes card. drf.com. Access those free Finger Lakes past performances.
Coming up on race number 3, no big surprises as the heavy favorite Bay Bank does not disappoint. Emmanuel Di Diego continues his winning ways. 4 wins the last racing day on Wednesday. There's another win today for Jeremiah Engelhart, who makes a rare Finger Lakes appearance today. Third race starts the $1 pick 6. Scratch the 1 part of entry. Uno, the 3 Allure of Money, one of 2 remaining Michael S. Ferraro horses, as he did have 3 entered with Uno, but Allure of Money won our big race, the New York Derby, back on July 17th. And that was the big upset of the year because Maker's Candy was a heavy, heavy favorite in that race. He didn't get off that well, Maker's Candy, but he had every chance to go by Allure Money, and Allure Money did show some fight to pull off that upset. Didn't fare as well going to Saratoga to face those horses in the Albany Stakes. Now he'll face older horses in this conditional allowance, the 2 state bred. So different type of spot for Allure Money, but he does have the numbers to be competitive, and he showed some class winning that restricted 3-year-old race. The 6's brother Jeremiah might be worth maybe a little value here, as he is at odds of 5-1. He's just been facing some tough customers. Ran into Lobster, saw how good that horse was the other day. I think it was the only gate to wire we had all day on Wednesday, and that horse was sharp. Then didn't really get much of a pace in the America's Justice race, and then ran into Baris, pretty good 4-year-old. That one won the New York Derby last year. So this could be considered a little bit easier than what brother Jeremiah has been facing. So he's 8-1 morning line. Maybe worth some value as he's a big top 3 threat, especially at this distance. Royal Suspect was on a roll in starter allowance races, winning 3 in a row. Only horse to beat, Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart's very sharp. That one has only the 1 defeat. Ran down a lone speed horse the other day. But Royal Suspect did get beat by Don't Poke the Cat, as he didn't get as good a trip in that race. He draws the rail today, so he's the inside speed with Majestic Frontier, and if he can slow things down a little bit or work out some trip from that inside position, maybe he can get back to his winning ways. He's currently at odds of 5-1. Got a little bit of breaks since that August 29th race. Shows a pretty decent work since. So in the third race, we start the $1 pick 6, Exactitry Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in here. Again, scratch part of entry, Uno.
Coming onto the track for race 3, 1 mile and 1/16. Second state bred condition, New York breds. Let's meet the group. Scratch 1 Uno. Here's his stablemate, number 1A, Our Man Mike, Carlos Barbosa. To his royal suspect, Joel Cruz. This horse is gunning for 4 out of 5 this season. Here's the New York Derby champion, number 3, Allure of Money, Louis Perez. The big favorite at 4 to 5. Looks like he has skipped the parade onto the 4, Majestic Frontier. He's looking for 2 in a row, as is his jockey, Emmanuel Di Diego. 5 is Shared Success with Caber Koa. And 6, Brother Jeremiah, Kevin Navarro, and John Buckley looking for doubles. They captured the opener with Sight Unseen. Skipping the parade, the New York Derby champion, 3, Allure of Money, and Louis Perez, 1 pound over. 1 mile and 1/16 for these New York breds, 3-year-olds and up. Second state bred condition, scratch 1 Uno. This is the first leg of our Monday Pick 6, a $1 minimum wager, traditional style Pick 6, post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Allure of Money, the New York Derby champion. I will make him my second selection. Here's my top pick. Let's see if we can spring a price here with the 5, Shared Success. He is currently a juicy 6 to 1. This is a horse I've had a big soft spot in my heart for this guy. He's a nice horse, that's for sure. Last year he had a big season. 4 for 9 with $76,000 plus, closer to $77,000 in earnings. Just a nice horse. He kind of tailed off a little bit late in the season. His last 2 races weren't as good as the races leading up to the 2 concluders. Came back sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. Wasn't really his ideal trip. Once again going 6 furlongs. Ran a decent 5th. He was in contention early before backpedaling. This horse wants every bit of the added real estate. When he was 3rd in the state bred on the 3rd of July, that was a sealed, sloppy racetrack. He's never won on a wet racetrack. He does have a 2nd and a 3rd, but most of his damage has been on fast racetracks. At least this racetrack is not sealed. It is good still. Shared Success looked awesome winning on the 18th of July. I thought he's always had a lot of ability. I thought we'd get a very nice price. Let's just forget about the 2 races at Saratoga. One was in a 1 mile Wilson Shoot affair, and he was on the lead. 25 for that opening quarter to a 47-4. I've always thought this horse wants a target. He'll get a target today. Let's forget about the turf race. Post position 9 out of 10. And nearly 50 to 1 in the wagering. His race was over before it ever began with that post and the salty competition. This is what he wants. He wants every bit of a 2-turn race at Finger Lakes, and the way he won the first state bred by more than 10 lengths, I've always thought the second state bred was well within his scope. We're going to get a juicy price this afternoon. I'll make him my top pick. 3, Allure of Money is the New York Derby champion. Who else can say that in this spot? Nobody. Looked good defeating Makers Candy on the 17th of July. Looked good winning with the added real estate on the 28th of June. In fact, all of his 3 lifetime, or he has 4 lifetime scores, but 3 of them, all 4 of them actually, well, let's slow down just a bit. 3 out of those 4 lifetime victories are around 2 turns here at Finger Lakes. You know, the fact that he tried the Albany, he had to. He won the New York Derby, so you had to go take your shot against the big boys in the Albany, and he ran a distant 6. Back to Finger Lakes for the second state bred. Makes a lot of sense. Just a short price, and I get a horse that I've always liked, Shared Success, at a much juicier number. 6, Brother Jeremiah. He hasn't really run his best races this year. Last year he was better. He won 4 of his 10 races with a 2nd and 4 third-place finishes. This year it's been tough sledding for him. This will be his 5th start of the season. Last time, he kind of was a little bit overmatched against the Genesee Valley Breeders competition. Before that, it was Lobster who came back and won last week in America's Justice Civil Service. This is an easier spot for him, and we know he has it within him. Last year, he ran some big races. In fact, he was right there with Shared Success on a couple of occasions, and you're getting a big 12 to 1. Those are my top 3, 5, 3, 6 here in race 3, starting our $1 pick 6. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race. Big favorite, the New York Derby champion, number 3, Allure of Money at 4-5. Royal Suspect moving forward. He's looking for 4 out of 5 in his 11th career victory. It's been a big 2023 for Royal Suspect. There is the New York Derby champion, Allure of Money. Majestic Frontier off his good-looking first state bred victory. There's Shared Success. And Brother Jeremiah. And our man Mike will be the last one to load to the far outside. Ready for the pick 6. And there they go. Allure of Money quickly away. Royal Suspect doesn't really want to engage him out of the starting gate. Majestic Frontier is 3rd. A Shared Success has the 4th position. Then Brother Jeremiah, our man Mike, a deep late closer, is the early and distant trailer. So it is the New York Derby champion, Allure of Money, making the pace pretty easily from Majestic Frontier and Royal Suspect, who did not want to show pace from his inside post. Shared Success has the 4th position, and he's a little less than 2.5 off the lead. About 2.5 lengths to Brother Jeremiah, 5 lengths from the favorite, and it's a long ways back to our man Mike. Michael S. Ferraro, first and last near the 5/8. 25 seconds, very sensible for Allure of Money, almost a length to Majestic Frontier. Royal Suspect 3rd from the rail. Shared Success, little more than 2 lengths off the lead in the clear. Brother Jeremiah, a little less than 4 lengths from the front. Our man Mike can see them all at the back of the pack. 50 3/5, pretty soft for Allure of Money. 3 parts of a length to Majestic Frontier. Royal Suspect is 3rd. Shared Success now slides into that spot, launching his charge with Brother Jeremiah. Now they have to quicken. Allure of Money, Majestic Frontier. Shared Success under a vigorous drive, 3 wide. Brother Jeremiah stuck out there in La La Land. From the rail is Royal Suspect. Nothing yet from our man Mike. Allure of Money got a favorable flow. He's the one to beat at the top of the lane. Majestic Frontier can't stay with him under left-handed urging. Shared Success is trying to pick up his stride to the outside. Here comes Shared Success. Allure of Money digs in, tries to repel the bid from Shared Success. Royal Suspect trying to fight back from the inside. Here is the New York Derby champion, Allure of Money. Pretty cool horse race. Allure of Money from Royal Suspect. Shared Success. Majestic Frontier was 4th. Pace making the race. You get 3/4 and nearly a 116 for a second state bred race. How are you going to reel in Allure of Money? They're not. He goes all the way as the 1-2 favorite. Big run from Shared Success. Looked like he was coming a call into the outside. What about Royal Suspect fighting on from the inside? A good race in the 3rd that goes to Allure of Money, and it's a tight photo for 2nd and 3rd. 147 and 18/100ths the final time. Two Royal Suspect checks in 2nd, 3rd place, 5 Shared Success, 4th place, number 4 Majestic Frontier. Race 3 is official. 3-2-5-4. Here comes Allure of Money. 5 for 7 over the Finger Lakes Oval. A very nice 3-year-old a bay colt by Central Banker out of the dam, Alana's Allure. Owned by Happy Face Racing Stable. Winning trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Winning jockey Louis Perez. Winner was bred in New York by Cheryl Prudhomme along with Dr. Michael Gallivan. The double 4-3, $9.20. 3-2 exacta, $11. 3-2-5 trifecta, $8.35. 10-cent super, 3-2-5-4, $6.12. Up next will be our race 4, our Monday co-featured event, the Aspirant Stakes, just under $100,000 up for grabs. Colts and Geldings, non-Lasix event, New York breds, 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs the distance. And the Aspirant Stakes is clear of change. No changes in our Monday co-feature. Starting the pick 5, let's go over the sequence. 5th race, scratch 1, Chapa. Race 6, scratch 2, Jack and Bernie. 7th race, scratches 7 and 9, Nikki Jolene and 1,000 Plans. And in the nightcap, scratches 5 and 9, Tuck a Buck Away in the last minute, Mario. The Aspirant Stakes in about 22 minutes at 2:44.
Horse are in the paddock for our co-feature, one of our big $100,000 races today, the Aspirant Stakes. Did attract some big names in New York in our sport. We got both Jose and Irad Ortiz going to ride in this race, as well as Manny Franco and Kedrick Carmouche, talking about the Aspirant Stakes. That was right after our New York Derby winner, Lure of Money, just took the third race under Luis Perez for Michael S. Ferraro and Happy Face Racing Stable. That horse going pretty well, beating the Elders today in that two-state bred condition. Looking at this feature race, co-feature, the Aspirant Stakes, got some good ones. You got Tall Paul, who is a $475,000 horse. They paid that much for this one back in March. That was this year as a 2-year-old. This one started off his career against open 2-year-olds at Del Mar out in California, then tried fellow state-bred condition here at Saratoga, and did draw away from that field, looking very solid in victory. One of the main contenders in here is Tall Paul, trained by Bob Baffert. I believe this might be the first horse at Finger Lakes trained by Bob Baffert. Right now at odds of 2-5, so getting a lot of early play, is Tall Paul. The outside horse, the 6 True Fund, trained by Todd Pletcher, who's had success with his horses here. He won his debut, drawing away by over 2 lengths. Actually had the best lifetime buyer in this field by a 74. This one costs $150,000 as a yearling. This is the first foal out of that dam, most savings. That dam was a foal to a multiple stakes winner, Clip the Coupon Annie. So Trust Fund looking good in his debut. He lost against some tough horses in the Funny Side Stakes in his only other start, chasing the pace. He should be with the pace of Tall Paul in here outside of that rival. He's at odds of 5-1. The one horse is Antonio of Venice. Took him 3 starts to break his maiden. Did it at this distance, 5.5 furlongs, but did an equipment change that day, added blinkers for that race. Tried open 2-year-olds at Saratoga. Found that race tough. It was off the turf on a muddy track, but that race was awfully tough for Antonio Venice. Back in against State Breds in the Aspirant Stakes. He draws the rail. Not getting much for early play at odds of 11-1. The 3 is Can I Get a Loan, who has had 1 start. Ran second to Trust Fund, the outside horse. This one for Jeremiah Engelhart, who already had a win today. He'll try to turn the tables on that one. Cost $40,000 as a yearling. Is actually a half to a horse that runs here. Was pretty good. Avid Sukanori, who's been a decent horse here at Finger Lakes. So that's some of the contenders for the Aspirant Stakes, one of our co-features of the day. Almost $100,000 for the purse. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the Pick 5 starts in race number 4. Good luck.
Race 4 is our Monday co-featured, the Aspirant Stakes. Colts and Geldings, non-Lasix event, New York breds, 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs, no changes. This race will start our Monday pick 5, a little more than 5 minutes until post time. Let's meet the field, beginning with number 1, Antonio of Venice. He is owned by Michael Imperio, Robert Cotrone, and Hibiscus Stables LLC, along with Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy is the trainer. The jockey is Manny Franco. 2 is Joseph and Ann McMahon's Go Grad. His trainer is Ralph D'Alessandro, the jockey Heeman Harkey. 3 is Can I Get a Loan, owned by Legion Racing, Peter Dorsman Racing LLC, Spa City Stables, and Christopher Dunn. Conditioned by Jeremiah Engelhart. Kendrick Carmouche is in the irons. 4 is Tall Paul, the big favorite, owned by Michael Pegram, Carl Watson, and Paul Whiteman. Conditioned by Bob Baffert. Irad Ortiz is aboard. 5 is Cable Ready, owned by Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. Linda is the trainer, and the jockey is Nazario Alvarado. And completing our post parade for the Aspirant Stakes, number 6, Trust Fund, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Rapoli Stable. Conditioned by Todd Pletcher. Jose Ortiz is the pilot. Those are the 6 2-year-olds for the Aspirant Stakes, our Monday co-feature, post time in about 4 minutes. 2-year-olds taking center stage on our Monday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Our co-featured event, the Aspirant Stakes for the Colts and Geldings. We'll get the fillies in the 7th and the Lady Finger. How about this group of horses, jockeys, and trainers? Antonio of Venice, Rudy Rodriguez, Manny Franco. Can I Get a Loan with Kendrick Carmouche, Jeremiah Engelhart. Tall Paul, how about this, fans? Bob Baffert, his first start ever here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Irad Ortiz in town. Trust Fund for Todd Pletcher and Jose Ortiz. And not to dismiss our local contingency with Ralph D'Alessandro and Heeman Harkey aboard Go Grad, and Linda Dixon and Nazario Alvarado on Cable Ready. 6 2-year-olds in the Aspirant Stakes. Tell you what, if Bob Baffert is sending one here to Finger Lakes, why not Tall Paul here in the Aspirant? He is 4 to 5. Boy, he looked awesome winning on the 12th of August. He ventured to Saratoga after debuting at Del Mar, ran against open competition, received a ton of support in a good-sized field on the 23rd of July at Del Mar, ran a very credible third, had the lead all the way to the top of the lane before backpedaling just a bit. Absolutely took care of business against his New York bred contingency on the 12th of August at Saratoga. That was a very, very good-looking victory. Quiet Wisdom really tested him throughout the running of that race. And Tall Paul, like a lot of Bob Baffert horses, found another gear inside the final furlong and opened up winning by 3. That victory stamps him as the horse to beat here in the Aspirant. Tall Paul, our current 4 to 5 favorite. 6 Trust Fund looked good when defeating State-bred maiden special weights in his debut run at Saratoga on the 11th of August. Regressed a little bit in the funny side. I did not watch the replay of the funny side. Looks like he was in contention before backpedaling. I do like his post position. He looks to be the main speed outside of Tall Paul, and perhaps if he can replicate the maiden special weight score, he is a player at 3 to 1. Jose Ortiz sees fit to ride Trust Fund. Irad Ortiz aboard Tall Paul. The 1 Antonio of Venice looked good winning on the 20th of July. Didn't receive as big of a number as the top 2. Tall Paul got a 68 when graduating. Trust Fund a 74 if you're a buyer guy. This one only got, talking about the 1 Antonio Venice, getting that 61. But he did look good winning. The connections thought enough to step him right up into stakes competition and ran well till the 8th pole until backpedaling. That was over a sealed, muddy racetrack. We have a good racetrack this afternoon. If the pace is furious with Tall Paul and Trust Fund, perhaps Antonio Venice will be in a nice spot when the real running begins at the quarter pole. Same could be said for the 3 Can I Get a Loan, who finished a good second in his career debut to Trust Fund. Jeremiah Engelhart has given him plenty of time to regroup after that solid initial effort. He tried to close up the inside against Trust Fund, and he was a little hesitant to push on through. I went back and watched the head-on. There was plenty of space, but perhaps being a younger horse, he was just a little bit hesitant to push on through. Perhaps if Kendrick Carmouche can guide him to the center of the racetrack and come with a big run in the final furlong, he will finish with more interest. 4, 6, 1, 3 in the Aspirant Stakes, our Monday co-feature here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. About a minute until the Aspirant Stakes. It's post time for our Monday co-featured event, the Aspirant Stakes. Tall Paul is the favorite at 3 to 4. 6 Trust Fund, solid second choice 5 to 2. Then the 3 Can I Get a Loan at 7 to 2. 6 2-year-olds, Colts and Geldings in the Aspirant Stakes. Antonio of Venice, the first one in. Go Grad and Cable Ready, the 2 debuters. Can I Get a Loan moving forward? There's the favorite, Tall Paul. Irad Ortiz in town. Bob Baffert with his first career start ever here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The other debuter, Cable Ready. And Trust Fund. Jose Ortiz for Todd Pletcher. Ready for the 2-year-olds, ready for the Aspirant Stakes. And there they go, and it's a good start for both Tall Paul and Trust Fund. Antonio of Venice wants to go with the leader line from the inside. Can I Get a Loan? Strides into the 4th position. Go Grad is 5th, flanked by Cable Ready. Antonio of Venice taking it right to Tall Paul. and they work with a length and a half to Trust Fund, overseeing the action in the clear. Can I Get Alone is only 3 lengths from the front heading into the turn, and the 2 debuters are at the back. That's Cable Ready and Go Grad. 22 2/5 for Antonio Avenis in their lead from Tall Paul. Can I Get Alone joins Trust Fund. They have 2 to find at the quarter pole, and the other 2 have a ton of work to do. Antonio Avenis, Tall Paul under a drive. Can I Get Alone looking for somewhere to go? Can he find a crease to cut through? 4 outside is Trust Fund. Antonio Avenis, the leader at the 8th pole, and Tall Paul continues to run after him. Here's Can I Get Alone? Trust Fund to the outside. Here comes Can I Get Alone? Can I Get Alone and Trust Fund and Tall Paul? Can I Get Alone? Trust Fund, Tall Paul. Can I Get Alone? You don't need a loan. You just won the Aspirant. Can I Get Alone? Wins our Monday co-feature. 2nd and 3rd tight with Trust Fund and Tall Paul. Antonio Avenis in 4th. What a horse race in the Aspirant Stakes. Antonio Avenis with his inside draw, taking it right to Tall Paul from the very beginning. Can I Get Alone looking for that crease to cut through? Trust Fund to the outside. A thrilling finish in the Aspirant Stakes. Three, Can I Get Alone first? 2nd place, 6, Trust Fund. 3rd place, 4, Tall Paul. 4th place, 1, Antonio Avenis. Entering the winner's circle is number 3, Can I Get Alone? Two-year-old bay colt by Leo Frick out of the Adam Divas Delight, owned by Legion Racing, Peter Dorsman Racing LLC, and Christopher Dunn. Winning trainer is Jeremiah Engelhardt. Winning jockey Kendrick Carmouche. The winner was bred in New York by Jean Bridgemahan. And the Aspirant Stakes is official. 3-6-4-1 up on the board. The double 3-3, $26. The 3-6 exacta, $28.60. 3-6-4 trifecta, $11.70. 3-6-4-1 10-cent super, $3.47. 4-3-3, early pick 3, $13.62. 5 with 4 with 3 with 3. The early pick 4 combination's worth $46.37. A thrilling Monday co-feature, the Aspirant Stakes. In the winner's circle, with the trophy presentation, is Mr. Jerry Richards, our racing secretary here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Also in the winner's circle, Todd Height, director of racing, and Jack Keller, clerk of scales. Big time congratulations to the connections of Can I Get Alone? A gutty performance, winning the Aspirant Stakes. Legion Racing, Peter Dorsman Racing LLC, Spa City Stables, and Christopher Dunn. On to the fifth race, starting the late pick four. Scratch number one, Choppa. One Choppa out of the fifth. To Uncle Taco. Taco has an additional workout 22nd of September here at Finger Lakes Fast Track. 3/8, 36.40 seconds of breezing. Our late pick four in about 20 minutes at 3:14.
We're getting ready for race number 5, and what a race we had already as part of our co-feature, the Aspirant Stakes. Bunch of them at the wire together. You had Tall Paul and Trust Fund was moving, but it was Can I Get Alone with a perfect trip. Could Kendrick Carmouche have had a better ride? Congratulations to him. That was a great ride, splitting horses at the end and getting up to get the victory for Jeremiah Englehart. Maya's already got 2 wins on the day, and he's still got another one in the other stakes race, the Lady Finger Stakes, which is upcoming in race number 7. So congratulations to the connections of Can I Get Alone, Legion Racing, Peter Dorsman Racing, Spacity Stables, and Christopher Dunn. Can I Get Alone takes this edition of the Aspirant Stakes. 5th race, a maiden race. We scratched the 1 Chapa. Now, Redemption Road has burnt some money in the past. He's only had 6 starts, has never missed hitting the board, has been in the top 3 every time. But a bunch of those races, he's looked like he was going to be the winner every time. So he's broken your heart a few times if you played him. He's only had the 1 start this year. That was in June, where he ran 3rd behind Uncle Taco, who's in this race and captain of my heart. But again, he had the lead in the stretch, and he looked for the competition. So does he want to win? Did he need that race is another question for Redemption Road. So maybe he could put it together. He's better than these horses. It's just a matter of sealing the deal for Redemption Road. He's at even money. Uncle Taco did finish ahead of Redemption Road in that race. It was more of Redemption Road looking for competition than Uncle Taco really running that big of a race. He has been closing ground. He's one of those horses that comes from further back. He'll try adding blinkers. The stable's been good today with their horses, so Uncle Taco could be another one that, if he takes to the equipment change, could get to the winner's circle. For my Engelhard, has already had those 2 victories, including the stake. He's a 2-to-1 logical horse to hit the board. Question is, he's another one. Can he get there going 6 furlongs? Or Redemption Road would be looking for him. Maybe he can pass him. Support the Cat is usually one you can count on underneath. He's had 15 starts, and over the last 8 or 9 of them, he hasn't been worse than 5th in any of those races. Ran 5th at his last race. Unfortunately, maybe his form has been going a little bit the other directions the last couple, but he's got some races in the past that puts him right there against these rivals. Couple first-time starters in here. Nothing too exciting as far as what the breeding is. You got an Arizona bred, Gold Digger's Palace. This is the second foal out of that dam. You got My Cool Hand Luke. The dam is a half to a stakes winner unhindered, but more bred for the turf. So interesting to see how these firsters will do. Really not much for early money for either one of them. Gold Digger's Palace at 14-1 early. My Cool Hand Luke at 9-1. So that's some of the contenders for the 5th. We start the late pick 4. Exacta Try, Super, and Daily Double offered. Scratch the 1. Chapa.
Race 5, 3-year-olds and up, maiden special weights, a 6-furlong affair. Scratch number 1, Choppa. To Uncle Taco with an additional workout, 22nd of September here at Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning, 3/8, 36.40 seconds, breezing. Race 5 will start our late pick 4, and post time is in a little more than 5 minutes. Let's meet the field, beginning with number 2, Uncle Taco. Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 2. Jeremiah Englehart looking for a training triple, the second choice at 2-1. 3 is Gold Diggers Palace, Christian Navarro. John Buckley looking for his second training score on the Monday card. Gold Diggers Palace, one of 2 debuters. 4 is Redemption Road with Joel Cruz. 5 has Skipped the Parade. On to number 6, Strategy for You, jockey Jose Baez. 7 is Support the Cat with Joel Saunier. And Skipping the Parade was the other Paul Barrow trainee. The 5, My Cool Hand Luke, the other debuter. In the irons is Jeremiah Flores. Paul Barrow conditioning 4 and 5. 4 Redemption Road is the favorite at 4-5. And Uncle Taco, the 2-horse, is the second choice at 9-5. A field of 6 in the 5th. Maiden special weights commencing our late pick 4. And you have a little more than 4 minutes until post time. Top 2 in the wagering, certainly the top 2 to defeat here in the 5th race. 2 Uncle Taco will be my top pick. I loved that effort back on the 19th of June. That was a good race, fans. He closed chasing Captain of My Heart and almost got there despite the flow being very favorable for Captain of My Heart. They went 23-1 and 47-2. That was a 6-furlong sprint, and Uncle Taco was able to close 4 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. That was a good performance. So good that the connection said, you know what, let's try stretching him out. He ran a very credible third that afternoon. He was second at the 8th pole, but just managed to hang on for third. Stormandy was the winner. Remember, Normandy came back out of that affair and got back to the winner's circle about a start or 2 later, probably 2 starts later. Uncle Taco, no excuses on the 7th of August. I'll say this, perhaps it was just the post position. John Davila Jr. had a very, very deep post that afternoon with Uncle Taco, and he just could never really get onto the racetrack. He got slammed at the start and was wide throughout. And John just said, you know what, we'll save him for another day. Aurelio Gutierrez was aboard when turning back in distance and dropping in class on the 23rd of August. And that was a distant third behind Banco Medici. We already saw Baybank. Baybank, his stablemate, came back and won earlier on today's card. The fact that Jeremiah has decided to put Uncle Taco back in against maiden special weights and put the blinkers on, that was good enough for me. I'll take a swing with him at 5-2. 4 Redemption Road will break through with a maiden special weight victory one of these days. I'm hoping it's not today. No offense to my friend Paul Barrow, owner-trainer. Redemption Road has run 6 times in his career, never worse than third, 4 seconds and 2/3. He has repeatedly had leads at the 8th pole and has not been able to seal the deal. With the exception of his career debut back on the 8th of August in 2022, he has lost ground from the 8th pole to the wire in his 5 subsequent starts. He's been given a lot of time off this season. He had 1 race back on the 19th of June and ran a very good third after building up a 2-length lead. Once again, that's the same race that Uncle Taco was in. He was up there amongst that soft pace and still couldn't get there. He's a short price for a horse who's had lots of chances at the 8th pole and hasn't come through. The talent is there, and one of these days he will put it all together, and perhaps it is today. He is the current favorite. 6 Strategy for You ran a distant third to Under the Knife and Al's Frosted on the 4th of September. That was his first start here at Finger Lakes. Blinkers go on this afternoon. He should be somewhat forwardly positioned with a nice outside post. And perhaps if you're trying to get away from the top 2, he's one to take a look at. Horses often improve with a start or 2 here at Finger Lakes over the surface. 2, 4, 6 for me in the 5th race, starting our late pick 4. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fifth race. Number 4, Redemption Road, is the prohibitive favorite in the wagering at 3-5. Uncle Taco clear cut second selection 5-2. Field of 6 arriving at the gate. Uncle Taco, Jeremiah Englehart with a big day, looking for 3. Just won the Aspirant Stakes with Can I Get a Loan? Gold Digger's Palace, one of 2 debuters. My Cool Hand Luke is the other one. Gold Digger's Palace moving forward with the help of the assistant starters. Here's the big favorite, Redemption Road. His stablemate Mike Cool Hand Luke to his immediate outside in the starting gate, 4 and 5 conditioned by Paul Barrow. And a couple to low to the outside. My Strategy for You and Support the Cat. Support the Cat will be the last of 6. 4-5 Redemption Road, 2-1 Uncle Taco. They're at the post. And there they go. Good start for Support the Cat, but he doesn't want to be part of the pace. And many of them are picking it up, including the favorite Redemption Road, his stablemate Mike Cool Hand Luke from his outside, Gold Digger's Palace, the other debuter from the inside. My Strategy for You is in the 4th position, Uncle Taco's 5th, and Support the Cat, despite breaking on top, is content to be at the back marker. Redemption Road, the speed of the speed, and he builds up 2.5 lengths to the debuters. Gold Digger's Palace inside of My Cool Hand Luke. Uncle Taco tries to advance in the inside. Support the Cat going a little bit better at this point in the 2 path. And at the back of the pack, My Strategy for You. Redemption Road. He's been here before. He has a comfortable lead turning into the lane. Support the Cats into second. Uncle Taco continues to ride the rail. My Cool Hand Luke with a wide journey. Then Gold Digger's Palace. And My Strategy for You. Redemption Road. Can he see it through? Here comes Support the Cat to tackle him on the outside. And My Cool Hand Luke's trying to pick up his stride in the center of the racetrack. And Support the Cat's up to the front. My Cool Hand Luke trying to pick it up for his stablemate. And here is My Cool Hand Luke, the other Barrow trainee, to blow it up at 16-1. Tag team racing right there. And we have My Cool Hand Luke from Support the Cat, then Redemption Road, and Gold Digger's Palace for the Superfecta. Big run from My Cool Hand Luke. He was very wide at the quarter pole. Didn't look like he was going to even finish in the top 3 at that juncture, but he found something in the final quarter of a mile once he straightened for home. He's a big, big price at 16-1, and he covered the 6 furlongs in 1:13 and 33/100ths. 5 is the unofficial winner. Photo will determine the balance. Please hold all tickets. 7, Support the Cat, checks in a second. Third place, 4, Redemption Road. Fourth place, 3, Gold Diggers Palace. 5743, 5743 up on the board. My Cool Hand Luke. Winning debut for this 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Frank. A Conversation out of the Adam Sakura Ballerina. Owned and bred in New York by Alan Hallett. Winning trainer is Paul Barrow. Winning jockey Jeremias Flores. Race 5 is in the books officially, a 5-7-4-3. My Cool Hand Luke will generate some value for the exotics. The 3-5 double, $137. A 5-7 exacta, $184.50. 5-7-4 trifecta, $143.50. 5-7-4-3 10-cent super, $87.40. 3-3-5 pick 3, $105.50. Race 6 is named in honor of the Bonadio Group. Scratch 2, Jack and Bernie. 2 Jack and Bernie out of race 6. And post time is in 22 minutes at 3:45.
And we got 11 minutes to post for race number 6, named after the Bonadillo Group. Welcome to the racetrack, to the Bonadillo Group. They'll be doing the presentation after this race. We look back at the 5th, and yeah, it was one of those things where the 5-horse, by Cool Hand Luke, the first-time starter, was just in position behind 2 horses that just don't want to win. They're both looking for competition, talking about Redemption Road and Support the Cat. They've had chances. They've looked like winners in the past, and both of them maybe a little playing around before the wire, but it worked to the hands of My Cool Hand Luke and Jeremiah's Flores, who got the victory first time out. $34 winner in race number 5. All right, looking at the 6, it goes 5.5 furlongs. Non-winners of a state-bred condition. We scratch the big favorite, the 2, Jack and Bernie. Looking at the 7, Tra Lad, has done a little wrong here at Finger Lakes. Ran here, way back behind Trigger Pull back in October, and then returned here this year for 4 starts and has been no worse than second, and basically has had an excuse in both those second-place finishes. Looked good in victory first time over the track, then ran second to Victorious Wave, and let's face it, Victorious Wave bothered him in the stretch, or he would have won that race. Then he came back and defeated Waralo. Waralo turned the tables on him last time, but it may have been a case of the shorter distance and Waralo getting a better trip that race. So no Waralos in here. That makes Tra Lad the strong contender to win here, especially with the scratch of the big favorite Jack and Bernie, who's going to be really difficult to beat. He's got an outside post, but should get good position here. He's the horse to beat. He's going to be a short price, even though right now he's 3-1 with a short price on the 3, Golden Arm, but this might just be some early money. Golden Arm does look like the inside speed of the race, but you got to figure CJ's Grand Slam is going to try to press if he can keep up with him early. CJ's Grand Slam has been a beneficiary of some easy pace battles in those claiming races where he's been low speed, but that horse is pretty sharp right now. So see if he can at least challenge Golden Arm in the early stages of this race. But Golden Arm does look like the one they're going to have to catch, but he has been stopping in some of his races at Saratoga, although not that badly beaten, going 5.5 in the 1 state bred there. So a lot of early play on Golden Arm. CJ's Grand Slam's an interesting one. He's like a different horse this year, winning 3 in a row. Excuse me. But last time he did take advantage of a race where there just wasn't a lot of speed, and he controlled the pace up front. But he came home quick in 105. See if he can step up to the next level, and is he sharp enough and good enough to make it 4 in a row? A little more difficult spot for CJ's Grand Slam. Exacta try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in the 6. Again, scratch the big favorite, Jack and Bernie.
Coming onto the track for race 6, sprinting 5.5 furlongs, New York breds, first state bred condition, 3-year-olds and up, scratch 2, Jack and Bernie. Race 6 starts our late pick 3. Race 6 named in honor of the Bonadillo group. And post time is in about 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1 is Kierkegaard and John Davila Jr. Scratch the 2 onto the 3, Golden Arm. The pilot is Irad Ortiz Jr., the big favorite at 4-5. 4 is CJ's Grand Slam, gunning for 4 in a row. Emmanuel Di Diego looking for a riding double. 5 is Mommy's Jewel, Cabercoa. 6 is Devious Banker, Jackie Davis. And the 7 is Tralad, Anthony Salgado. That's the field for race 6. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Race 6 named in honor of the Bonadillo group. Folks, welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Thank you for spending this Monday here at the races. The Bonadillo group named in honor of race 6. Boy, race 6, when the overnight came out, was looking like a good one. Jack and Bernie, Golden Arm, Tralad. Was really looking forward to seeing Jack and Bernie once again. He was scratched this morning. Still a pretty cool race. Tralad, Golden Arm, CJ's Grand Slams looking for 4 in a row. The Canterbury Invader, Kierkegaard. That's a nice first state bred. 7 Tralad, my top selection. Boy, Tralad must be happy there are no Chris Engelhardt horses in this affair. Walrallo defeated him on the 29th of August. Victorious Wave defeated him on the 27th of June. Sandwiched in between those starts was Tralad defeating Walrallo. How about Walrallo exiting that affair on the 26th of July, turning the tables on Tralad, and then parlaying that into a second state-bred victory over a more fancied stablemate named Honor Among Men. Walrallo going very good these days, and Tralad has been going very good these days. Been a great piece of horsemanship from the Irishman, the wild Irishman, Carl O'Callaghan. He has done everything right by Tralad here in 2023. You have to admire the spacing, giving him a once-a-month appearance. All of his starts here at Finger Lakes, utilizing all the conditions with this New York bred Constitution out of a War Deputy mare, conveniently positioned to the outside. Looks like there is some pace. You get Kierkegaard coming in from Canterbury, who's got plenty of foot. Mommy's Jewel, Golden Arm, CJ's Grand Slam. Tralad can oversee the action and take full advantage of this beautifully positioned outside post. I'll make him my top pick. And right now, lock me in at that 2-1. I'll take it all day long. Tralad, my top selection. 3, Golden Arm comes to us from the Naira circuit. Been competing throughout his career in New York at Aqueduct, Belmont, and Saratoga. Graduated at first asking with a front-running victory. He's going to have to really show some pace this afternoon with other speed to his inside and his outside. Kierkegaard is very quick. Look at the fractions he's been showing at Canterbury. CJ's Grand Slam likes to go. Golden Arm does get the services of Irad Ortiz Jr., and the fans are jumping on him. He is 6-5. Now Tralad at 9-5. For CJ's Grand Slam, I always say it during my analysis, never underestimate a sharp equine, and nobody is sharper than CJ's Grand Slam. He has rattled off 3 in a row. They've all been against $11,000 competition. We'll see if he can step up to the state bred. When CJ's Grand Slam has done his best running in his career, it has been for the $11,000 tag. A couple of disappointing efforts in the allowance ranks. He enters this one on a very positive note, and he should be forwardly positioned with Emmanuel Di Diego, who's riding as good as I've ever seen him. Then you get the 1 Kierkegaard. I want to give a lot of credit to Jeff Engelhardt and Photos Finish. Boy, they have a way of finding New York breds throughout the country and bringing them here to Finger Lakes. That's the case here with Kierkegaard, a nice $7,500 claim on the 26th of July at Canterbury. He was put in jail, and they said, you know what, that's fine by us. We're going to take our sweet time. We'll bring him back to Finger Lakes against the state breds for the New York Kierkegaard. And here we are. Unfortunately for Kierkegaard, he runs into a pretty tough group with the 3, 4, and 7 on his outside. But Kierkegaard's won 10 races, and he's made $212,000. Been a nice career, and it's good to see the New York bred here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Race 6, named in honor of the Bonadio Group. It begins our late pick 3, and post time is in about 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for race 6. Trelad 6-5, Golden Arm 7-5. Field of 6 arriving at the starting gate. Nice first state bred allowance event. Kierkegaard looking for his 11th career score. Here's Golden Arm and Irad Ortiz. CJ's Grand Slams looking for 4 in a row. Looks like we're going to load Trelad to the far outside. There's Trelad to the extreme outside. He is the even money favorite. Golden Arm is 8-5. There's CJ's Grand Slam. Emmanuel Di Diego out of the saddle for the loading process. And the 2 long shots, Mommy's Jewel and Devious Banker. There's Mommy's Jewel, 3 for 5 on a wet racetrack, and Devious Banker. Devious Banker will be the last of 6. Trelad at even money and Golden Arm at 8-5. Ready for the New York breds. And there they go. CJ's Grand Slam with a flyer. He's on the lead. Kierkegaard shows a little bit of pace along with Golden Arm. Then we go to Mommy's Jewel, Devious Banker, and Trelad is trying to gear up from the far outside, making a move into 3rd. And Golden Arm now picks up the pace inside of CJ's Grand Slam. And Trelad solidifies 3rd heading into the turn. And he's in a beautiful spot about a length and a half off the lead. Kierkegaard can't stay with this group through the early stages. He'll have to win from off the pace, little less than 6 to find. A length to Devious Banker. Mommy's Jewel's at the back. CJ's Grand Slam very sharp, looking for 4 in a row. Golden Arm's been pushing him throughout. And Trelad's under a drive, trying to crash the party from the outside. CJ's Grand Slam comes away with the lead. Golden Arms back to second. Trelad is taking his sweet time. He lugs in just a bit at the 3/16. CJ's Grand Slam with the lead. Trelad fights with Golden Arm. CJ's Grand Slam hasn't put him away. Here's Trelad straightening up. Trelad, Golden Arm re-rallying. Trelad, Golden Arm. Trelad is in front at the wire. From Golden Arm, then maybe Kierkegaard, and CJ's Grand Slam faded in the final quarter of a mile. Boy, Trelad was lugging in near the 3/16. Nice job by Anthony Salgado straightening him up for the final furlong, and he came with his big run. Hammered in the wagering at 3-4, 1 minute 5 and 18/100ths. CJ's Grand Slam was gunning for 4 in a row. Golden Arm had some fight coming back, but it is Trelad. Trelad is the unofficial winner from the 3. Golden Arm, photo 3rd and 4th. Make sure to hold all tickets. Third place, number 1, Kierkegaard. Fourth place, number 4, CJ's Grand Slam. 7-3-1-4 unofficially in race 6. Here is Trelad, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Constitution out of the War Deputy Mare, Deputy Cures Blues, owned and trained by the Wild Irishman, Carl O'Callaghan. Excellent ride by Anthony Salgado, maintaining his patience, straightening up this eventual winner with a good final furlong. The winner was bred in New York by Twin Creeks Farm. And race 6 is official. The double 5, $7.94. The 7-3 exacta, $7.30. 7-3-1 trifecta, $6.05. 7-3-1-4, 10-cent super, $2.35. Race 6 named in honor of the Bonadillo Group. Group representatives are in the winner's circle. Folks, thank you for spending your Monday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Seventh race is our Monday co-feature, the Lady Finger Stakes. Earlier it was the Colts and Geldings. Now the 2-year-old fillies will take center stage with the $103,000 plus Lady Finger Stakes non-Lasix event. 5.5 furlongs for the 2-year-old fillies bred in New York. We have a couple of scratches, 7 and 9, Nikki Jolene and 1,000 Plans. 8 red wine and whiskey, 1 pound over. 6 Moon Chariot with an additional workout. 21st of September here at Finger Lakes. Fast track, 3/8, 38.40 seconds, breezing out of the gate. The Lady Finger Stakes will begin our late daily double, and post time is in 23 minutes at 4:17.
Horses are in the paddock for our co-feature, the Lady Finger Stakes. Earlier in the day, we ran the 2-year-olds for the boys, the Aspirant Stakes. That race was won by trainer Jeremiah Engelhart with Can I Get a Loan? Kendrick Carmouche was aboard. So this will be the addition for the girls. This 2-year-old fillies race goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. That was after Tralad looked solid in victory. Anthony Salgado for Carl Callahan. Congratulations to them. That horse has run extremely well every race here at Finger Lakes. We do scratch the 7, Nikki, Jolene, and the 9, 1,000 plans. Got some early money on the 3 Solo Shot. One of the main contenders. I thought also Jeremiah Engelhart's filly in here, Unicorn Cake, is the other main rival of this race. Maybe he can sweep the 2-year-old races. Unicorn Cake won her debut, just got up to get the victory, but that was a hard-fought win against a pretty good 2-year-old field. And coming off the pace like that, not always easy in a 2-year-old maiden race in your first start. Well, it's her second career start. She does draw the rails. It all depends on how she handles that inside post. This is the first foal of that dam. That dam was a stakes winner as a 2-year-old, and the Unicorn Cake, one of the main contenders. The 3 Solo Shot, yeah, she's going to take a lot of place. She was a dominant winner of her maiden debut, and it wasn't off the turf event. She actually is very well bred for the turf. They just paid $290,000 for her as a 2-year-old. The dam's a half to Queen of the Castle, who was a multiple stakes winner. That one was pretty good on the turf as well. So not sure if that was the intent, that race, but when they did come off the turf, she did win pretty easily, and off of that effort, she's getting a lot of action at odds of 1-4. The one local horse that's getting a lot of the play would be the 2 Like a Rolling Stone. She was impressive in her debut. Now, obviously, this is a different territory against these horses. She dominated our maidens by over 6 lengths. Looked good in victory. See if she could follow it up with a victory here. Lady Figure Stakes goes off in about 10 minutes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in our co-feature. Scratch the 7 and the 9.
Race 7 is our other Monday co-feature. The Lady Finger Stakes, 2-year-old fillies, non-Lasix, New York breds, 5.5 furlong, scratches 7 and 9, Nikki Jolene, and 1,000 plans. 8 red wine and whiskey, 1 pound over the weight. This race will start our late daily double, a little more than 5 minutes until post time. Let's meet the 2-year-old fillies. Number 1, Unicorn Cake, owned by Flower City Racing LLC, along with Christopher Meyer and Rich Spiesman. Jeremiah Engelhardt looking for a training triple. Kendrick Carmouche looking for his second winner. Jeremiah and Kendrick got there earlier in the Aspirant with Can I Get a Loan. 2 is Skip the Parade. 3 is Solo Shot, owned by Bregman Family Racing LLC, along with Jackpot Farm and Swinbank Stables. Solo Shot is conditioned by George Weaver. Her jockey is Manny Franco, the big favorite at 1-2. 4 is also Abandoned the Parade. 5 is Exodes, owned by David Smart and David Rowlands, conditioned by Ralph D'Alessandro. In the irons, Heeman Harkey. 6 is Barry Ostriger's Moon Chariot. Her trainer is Linda Dixon, and her jockey is Kay Berkoa. 7, Nikki Jolene, a scratch. The 8 is Red Wine and Whiskey, owned by Megan Fadlovich, also conditioned by Megan. The jockey is Emmanuel Didiego, scratch the 9, 1,000 plans. And we had a couple skip the parade. Number 2, Like a Rolling Stone, owned by Roddy Valente and Darlene Belinsky. Paul Barrow is the trainer. The jockey is Jeremiah Flores. Also skipping the parade for Maggie's Palace, owned by Dorico Racing and Breeding LLC, conditioned by Carl Grusmark. And in the irons is That Girl, Jackie Davis. Those are the 7 2-year-old fillies with their jockeys. Our 7th race, the Lady Finger Stakes, our Monday co-featured event, and post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Unicorn Cake and Solo Shot, they are taking center stage here in the Lady Finger. Solo Shot, the big favorite at 1-2. Kind of came up with my selections before I left the house this morning, anticipating a little more pace. And then I got to the track and see that Nikki Jolene and 1,000 plans were both scratched. Still going to stick with my top selection. That is the 1, Unicorn Cake. I really loved her debut run on the 1st of September. Watch that replay. I'll tell you what, at the 8th pole, I did not think she was going to get there. I love the way she runs, where she puts that head close to the ground and she just digs in with determination. I like the fact that she won going 6 furlongs, now goes 5.5. She is just hoping that somebody can go with Solo Shot through the early stages. Exodes has a little bit of speed. So too does Red Wine and Whiskey. Obviously, losing both the 7 and the 9 enhanced the chances of Solo Shot being all alone with the lead. But if anybody can soften up the big favorite, Unicorn Cake is the filly to key on. She will be making her best run in the final quarter of a mile. 2-1 in the wagering. Unicorn Cake, can Jeremiah Engelhardt and Kendrick Carmouche sweep the 2-year-old stakes races. What a performance by Can I Get a Loan in the Aspirant Stakes. What an excellent ride by Kendrick, finding that crease to cut through at the 3/16. And then just hanging on from determined rivals, Trust Fund and Tall Paul. What a great Aspirant. We're hoping we get somewhere close here with the Lady Finger. Solo Shot, probably the one to beat. She's the big favorite at 1-2. Probably the speed of the speed. What a great victory on the 27th of August. The only knock being that I hold it against her just a little bit, that it was an original on-the-turf affair. A lot of times with the off-the-turf events, you're not getting true dirt horses. Not sure what was really behind her. I didn't go watch the replay. Didn't have the past performance that day. Actually, I did watch the replay. Just don't know what was really behind her. Didn't dive into the PPs of her horses that were behind her. She looked awesome. She probably is going to be very difficult to handle, especially with all the scratches. She is the quickest, and the race will go through her. No question about it. She deserves to be the favorite, and rightfully so. She is 2-5. 2, Like a Rolling Stone, another one that I thought could benefit if the speed would have really stayed in this race. She had a big stride in the concluding stages of her debut run on the 11th of September. Not like she got a blazing half mile to chase after and still closed into it. Like a Rolling Stone for one of our favorites, Roddy Valente, Darlene Belinsky co-owns, Paul Barrow, the trainer, Jeremiah Flores, Like a Rolling Stone at 11-1. Maggie's Palace looked good winning on the 15th of August. I was equally as impressed with the runner-up effort that day, Red Wine and Whiskey. You know, Red Wine and Whiskey had a little bit of a work tab that wasn't ideal leading up to her debut run. She ran huge in defeat, and since then she's had 2 good workouts since. She could benefit. She could move up. Red Wine and Whiskey, a little bit of a sneaky sleeper look on the outside. Unicorn Cake and Solo Shot taking center stage in the Lady Finger, our Monday co-feature, a couple minutes out. Little less than 1 minute until the Lady Finger Stakes. It's post time for the Lady Finger Stakes. Number 3, Solo Shot is the big favorite, 3-5. The 1, Unicorn Cake, the second choice at 2-1. 7 2-year-old fillies facing up to the gate for the Lady Finger. We have 4 undefeated 2-year-old fillies and 3 maidens in this field of 7. The inside 4, all undefeated. Unicorn Cake, Like a Rolling Stone, Solo Shot, and Maggie's Palace. Here is the favorite, Solo Shot and Manny Franco. Maggie's Palace will be next. Maggie's Palace is in. Now the maidens, Exodes, Moon Chariot, and Red Wine and Whiskey. Red Wine and Whiskey, the last of 7 2-year-old fillies into the gate. Unicorn Cake acting up just a little bit to post position 1. There's Red Wine and Whiskey to the outside, just about ready for the Lady Finger. And there they go, and the Lady Finger and Unicorn Cake comes away in last. And Solo Shot begins the best. Red Wine and Whiskey is showing pace with Exodes. Also there is Maggie's Palace. And from the inside, Like a Rolling Stone, Unicorn Cake not that quickly away, works away from the inside. She is in the 3 path, and she is 3 lengths from Solo Shot. And it's almost 4 lengths back to the trailer. Moon Chariot, 7 lengths from first to last. A soft opening quarter, all in favor of Solo Shot. 23-1, and she kicks clear by 2 lengths to Red Wine and Whiskey. Unicorn Cakes launching her charge to the far outside, and Like a Rolling Stone's being pushed on, trying to stay in contention. Manny Franco is sitting very chilly aboard Solo Shot. A favorable flow, and they have to run her down. Solo Shot handling this race pretty easily. The leader at the 8th pole from Red Wine and Whiskey. Unicorn Cake from the far outside, Like a Rolling Stone along the rail, but it's all Solo Shot. Solo Shot delivers the shot heard round the world in the Lady Finger. Solo Shot gate to wire from Red Wine and Whiskey, Unicorn Cake, and Like a Rolling Stone fourth. Boy, you knew this one was over when you got the 23-1. Manny Franco was sitting pretty chilly aboard a Solo Shot at the top of the lane. And she was handling this group with ease. Solo Shot all the way as the heavy favorite. It was a good effort from the 8, Red Wine and Whiskey. She is second on the board. It got tight for third and fourth. 1 minute 5 and 98/100ths, the final running time from the Lady Finger. One Unicorn Cake third, fourth place 2, Like a Rolling Stone. And the Lady Finger Stakes is official. 3-8-1-2. There's Solo Shot, a perfect 2 for 2 to kickstart her career. A 2-year-old chestnut filly by Solomini out of the Damn Sweet Queen. Owned by Bregman Family Racing LLC along with Jackpot Farm and Swinbank Stables. The winning trainer is George Weaver. The winning jockey, Manny Franco. Solo Shot was bred in New York by Rhapsody Farm LLC. And the Lady Finger Stakes is official. That double 7-3, $6.90. 3-8 exacta, $55. 3-8-1 trifecta, $32.12. 3-8-1-2, 10-cent super, $4.02. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle, once again with the trophy presentation, our racing secretary, Mr. Jerry Richards, our director of racing, Todd Height, and our clerk of scales, Mr. Jack Keller. Congratulations to the connections of Solo Shot. Big time performance, winning the Lady Finger. One more race to go on our Monday card. The nightcap is 21 minutes away. 4:48 is the scheduled post time. And we have a couple of scratches, 5 and 9. Tuck a buck away, and last minute Mario.
Getting ready for the final race on this Monday card. What a great card we had today with the two big co-feature stakes races. That one, well, Solo Shot got the lead, and they were not going to catch Solo Shot Unicorn Cake off a step slow, and that was probably the main contender. But Solo Shot ran big today. Manny Franco for trainer George Weaver. Congratulations to the connections, including the owners, Bregman Family Racing, Jackpot Farm, and Switbank Stables. Congratulations to them. They take the Lady Finger Stakes. Eighth race is going to conclude the day. It is a split condition, non-winners of 2 since a date, or which have never won 4 races. In a pretty competitive race to finish off the card. Hard to really say that anybody's got a standout in here. We scratched the 5 and the 9. A lot of early play on Nutsy, the 10 horse. Helped a little bit with the scratches. The 4 double shot would really be helped by a pace. We haven't seen too many horses come from way out of it today, and double shot is one of those types that needs that pace up front to rally against. He's got better numbers. Ran into a very sharp CJ's Grand Slam. We just saw how good CJ's Grand Slam was. He actually ran very well a couple races ago to get in the number, and he couldn't hold off a real good one in Trial Lad. Well, none of these horses could hold off Trial Lad either. So losing to double CJ's Grand Slam, not a bad effort at all. That was a little shorter today, probably 6 furlongs. Is going to be better for double shot. It's just a matter of, can he pick up the pieces enough to get there on top? Obviously, he's got the numbers to beat these. He drops in class, so he's got the class to beat these. Just a matter of quite enough of a pace, or if he's just that much the best. Mentioned Nutsy, he's got the numbers. He's ran for 5. Last time he ran for 5, it was a very short 4-horse field. Only had Night Escort to beat. It was really a 2-horse race, and he was able to do so. Had to circle wide to do it, but he too ran into CJ's Grand Slam in his last race. That race is probably good enough to beat most of these, but the post is a little bit of a concern. At least a couple scratches help out a little bit. The 2-horse is Maddie's Express, another one to consider in here. He won for $5,000 earlier in the year at the same distance back on August 1st. He's run a few times since in route races. He didn't miss by much in a route a couple starts ago. He was bothered, or was put up in that race, but he was bothered a little bit by the winner. Probably didn't affect the outcome any, but he was right there in that race going along. So he turns back, and he's just as good going short or long. Does have a win at the distance. Keep in mind, there's not a lot of speed in this last race, despite all of the horses that are in here. The 2 speeds look to be Double Vision and All-Time Classic. See how that pace scenario works out. Both of them are long shots in race number 8. Exacta Try is super offered in the last. We scratched the 5 and the 9.
One more race to go on the Monday card, the nightcap, a 6-furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races since March 25th, or now winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. 5 and 9 both scratch, tuck a buck away, and last minute Mario. The nightcap in a little more than 4 minutes. Here's the group beginning with number 1, Blue City, John Berrios. Stablemate 1A, Dr. Lloyd with Danilo Grisales Rave. 2 is Maddie's Express, Kevin Navarro looking to bookend the Monday program. 3 is Mr. Larry, Christian Navarro. 4 is a double shot, the current second choice, John Davila Jr. Scratch 5, tuck a buck away. 6 all-time classic, looking for 2 in a row. Heeman Harkey is the pilot. 7 is double vision, Rafael Rohina Jr. That one has skipped the parade. Onto the 8, long tail, Anthony Salgado and Carl O'Callaghan looking for doubles. They won race 6 with Trelad. Scratch the 9, last minute Mario. 10 is Nutsy, Louis Perez looking for another winner on the card. Nutsy the current favorite at 2-1. 7 double vision, skip the parade with Rafael Rohina Jr. The nightcap in about 3 minutes. One more race to go on this Monday card. There is no chance for a pick 5 carryover. There is a chance for a pick 6 carryover. 4 and 10. Double shot and Nutsy, the top 2 in the wagering, are the only 2 covered. If we can bring in anybody other than the 4 and 10, we will have a pick 6 carryover into the Tuesday card, $4,917.35. So 4 and 10 covered. Anybody else gets a pick 6 carryover. 4 and 10 are my top 2 selections. I believe they were Dave Mattice's top 2 selections. I can't remember if he had Nutsy on top. But both of us thinking the 4 and the 10 are the 2 logical contenders. 4 double shot ran a good race, 2 back on the 8th of August. That was against a much better group. Almendro and Tommy the Torch. Much, much better competition for that $11,000 condition claimer. 5th of September, didn't really run much. CJ's Grand Slam utilized all the speed to his advantage. Nutsy ran well coming on for 2nd. Double shot did not really kick it in. John Davila Jr. is back in the saddle for double shot, expecting a better run from him, dropping all the way to the bottom. I'll make him my top pick. 10 is Nutsy. He's very logical for Victor and Nancy Salvato. Ilmar Loaiza conditioned. Louis Perez looking for another winner. Got the New York Derby champion Allure of Money home in race 3. Nutsy ran well. 2 back in this $5,000 conditioned claiming affair. Ran very good when stepping up against 11s. That was on the 5th of September, 20 days ago. CJ's Grand Slam, the winner. Nutsy got up for the 2nd spot. Aggressively placed this afternoon, dropping back in for 5. And Nutsy will have to overcome the outside post. That's the only thing that's probably going to prevent him from running 1st or 2nd. Would be a deep, wide journey stuck out in no man's land. But he is very logical, no question about it. 8-5, he's the horse to beat. After that, I looked at the 8 a little bit. Long tail coming in from Penn National. The horse that just beat him's won 5 races from 22 starts, 4 seconds, 3/3, made $122,000. That was a quick time, but Penn National has a lot of quick running times. You see $4,000 claimers run 9 and change and 10 and change all the time. Still the change of scenery. Here's a horse who once upon a time was good enough to win an N4L race at Parks. Give this horse a little bit of a look. Carl O'Callaghan and Anthony Salgato. Salgado, as mentioned, got there earlier with Trelad. What a nice ride by Anthony there. Trelad wanted to really lug in race 6, and Anthony was able to straighten him up at the 8th pole and come with that big run. After that, I looked at the 2 Maddie's Express. Never really been a big fan of this kind of a turn back. Horse ran 1.25 miles last time. Both he and Mr. Larry come out of that same affair. Now back to 6 furlongs. I guess they both have plenty of foundation. You don't see that. Not a very conventional move. Let's go 1.25 miles to 6 furlongs at Finger Lakes. Don't see it too often. Maddie's Express was good enough to win sprinting earlier in the season. Should be somewhat forwardly positioned from his inside post. 4:10.82 for me here in our Monday night cap. We'll do it all over again tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. And once again, 4 and 10 covered in the pick six. Bring in anybody but the 4 and the 10. A little more than $4,900 for that pick six carryover. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Monday night cap. Field of 9-8 wagering interest just arriving at the gate. Double shot 2-1. Nutsy 5-2. Maddie's Express 4-1 in the wagering. Do it all over again tomorrow, 1:15 first post. Maddie's Express and Mr. Larry coming out of the same affair, part of that North Warning long distance series. Don't see this move too often here at Finger Lakes, 1.25 miles to 6 furlongs. In a few weeks, we will conclude that North Warning series, 1 mile and 11/16. Better start getting my cardio in. Here comes Double Shot. Here comes a Blue City. All-Time Classic will be next. There's Double Vision. Longtail. Anthony Salgado, Carl O'Callahan looking for doubles. There's Dr. Lloyd and Nutsy. Now Mr. Larry's acting up, rearing up in his respective post. Christian Navarro, he's all right. Landed on his feet. He's ready to climb back aboard. Dr. Lloyd will be the last of 9 to the far outside. Christian Navarro back aboard Mr. Larry. There's Dr. Lloyd to the far outside, just about ready for the Monday night cap. And there they go. Double Vision with a very brisk beginning, and he pops the starting gate from All-Time Classic. Mr. Larry, Maddie's Express is showing speed from the inside. Here's Dr. Lloyd prominently positioned from the top shelf. Longtail's only 3 lengths off the lead, a length and a half to Nutsy. Blue City follows him. Double Shots at the back, but he is getting pace to run after. Double Vision and All-Time Classic. They throw it down with one another, and Dr. Lloyd is chasing them from third. Maddie's Express fourth from the inside. Longtail takes over fifth. Mr. Larry's in the 6th spot, and he's losing a little bit of ground. Now a little less than 6 off the lead. Double Vision's hitting his best stride, and likewise for Double Shot. Nutsy and Double Shot are closing in from near the back markers. All-time classic and Double Vision. Nutsy's going to get first run on Double Shot. Here comes Nutsy and Double Shot, both making big moves. Double Shot was last early. He's rolling to the outside of Nutsy, and look at these two pick it up together. Nutsy and Double Shot. Double Shot to the far outside. Nutsy quickens with him. All-time classic third. Double Shot and Nutsy. Double Shot has momentum. Nutsy's running a big one. Double Shot and Nutsy. Double Shot in the nightcap from Nutsy. All-time classic. And Maddie's Express finished 4th for the Superfecta. About those moves, you could see them through the turn. Double Shot was really rolling at the back marker. Nutsy was just in front of him, and those two quickened on by the others. 112 and 18 100ths. Double Shot 3-1 in the nightcap. 10 Nutsy, second best, ran a winning race, just ran into a buzzsaw. Photo for 3rd and 4th. Please hold all tickets. Six all-time classic third, 4th place 2, Maddie's Express. And the nightcap is official. 4:10.62, the top 4 finishers. Double Shots in the winner's circle. He is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Bourbon Courage out of the Damn Elegant Finish. Owned by Robert Curcio, a Farm Boys LLC, and Dennis O'Grady. Winning trainer Chris Engelhardt. Winning jockey, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Spruce Lane Farm and others. 3-4 shot double, solo and double, $17.60. 410 exacta from the nightcap. That's a good exacta, fans, $22.60. 410-6 try, $25.87. The 10-cent Super 410-6-2, $12.57. 734, late pick 3, $10.50. 5 with 2-7 with 379 with 4, our late pick 4 at $182.25. Monday at pick 5, 3 with 5 with 2-7 with 379 with 4, $817.25. And how about the pick 6? Nice payoff today. 3 with 5 with 2-7 with 379 with 4, all 6 in that pick 6, $2,458.50. $2,458.50 for all 6 in the pick 6. 5 out of 6 is good for $30.25. That's it for the Monday card. Sure hope you had a great day of racing. Some nice 2-year-old races. Can I get a loan in the Aspirant Solo Shot and the Lady Finger? We'll do it all over again tomorrow, 1:15 first post. Don't forget to go online, fans, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital program. Free past performances in those programs. Lucky Lakes picks. That's how you say it. And some nice statistics for our jockeys and trainers in the back of the program. That's free online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. We'll see you tomorrow, 1:15. Sure hope you had a great Monday. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.